Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
It is Sunday, April 5th, and we're ready to bust some ghosts. Who knew? We got this throwback from my my old friend, first NCC producer DJ Hype SJW, with the mashup, with the expert mashup, like mad DJ skills. Honestly, like nobody mixed them like a Hype SJW, but. In the end, chat, it's only plastic love. It's only plastic love. Oh my gosh, and it's recommending all my videos. Yeah, this is on my channel, by the way. If you switch to oldest view, oh my god, oldest view. It's a weird thing. That's the Kane Pixels. Like after Kane Pixels did the background, yes, the famous series The Background, by Kane Pixels. Yeah, no, the Backrooms. After Kane Pixels did the Backrooms, the next series that Kane started working on was called The Oldest View. But what I'm talking about is like when you go to a YouTube channel and you go click videos and then like it defaults to like newest first. And then there's two other buttons. I think one says popular and one says oldest, right? You can click to oldest and see the oldest video on the channel, and you will find that the oldest video on the channel is in fact this video by DJ Hype SJW that I have the license to use. Unless DJ Hype SJW decides that NCC bad, and then we will not have the license to use. But so far that hasn't happened. I have not heard from DJ Hype SJW. Like, I don't want to say DJ Hype because that's another DJ. DJ Hype SJW, completely different person. Completely different person, chat. Anyway, what are we doing? We're reading chat. That's our new thing. It's this new thing I've found called reading chat. No, I don't know. I mean, it's weird because like on YouTube, like it's like I'm on YouTube and Twitch. Oh yeah, Twitch. I need to talk to you, right? I feel like, oh my God, it's me, Natalie Marie. You are sub streaking. You are sub streaking. I would dab too, but I'm really bad at dabbing. So I'm gonna spare you my cringe dance moves. But I can see that you got the wait, whose emoji is that? I can't even tell. But anyway, dab emoji. I'm sub streaking. That's right. 17 months. Resubscribing with a Prime, which is a pretty smart way to subscribe. Look, get it while it's hot, okay? Because I got something in my email saying they were going to change up the Prime program. I think it just means that I get less money for your Prime subscriptions, but I don't care. Subscribe with a Prime if you need to. If you got that, it means, look, even if I got no money from Prime subscriptions, I would still love them because you only have one of them, and I think it kind of means something when, you know, like it's like the ultimate NFT, like, right? You can't print more. There's only one. Nobody can hit alt-right save on that ape, right? There's only one. Like it's like the Highlander of NFTs. Your Prime sub, and I want them all. I gotta catch them all, chat, even if it earns me no money. But no, I think they just reduced like my payout or something like that. So it's nothing you have to worry about. just shit that I have to worry about. But hey, look, I'm having a lot more confidence these days. I've got so much support. I've got a whole community behind me, and that gives me all the confidence that I need to face these freaky ghosts. Like, look at this. This is what we're gonna have to deal with, right? Gozar the Traveler, Slimer, the Marshmallow Dude. What's his name? Is his name Marshy? I just realized I don't have lipstick. And that is a damn shame. A damn shame. Ghost attacks Majority Report. Pretty much. Pretty much. I ain't afraid of no ghost, says Geek Prime X 2099. I wouldn't either if I came from 2099. That's pretty far in the future. That's past the nuclear exchange in Fallout. You were thinking about the Backrooms? Supposedly that movie's coming out, but I don't know. I don't know. Look, all I hope is that Kane Pixels got a lot of money for selling his script, right? Because he sold his script to, what is it, A24? And then stopped doing the Backrooms series. And I mean, it came to a decent conclusion. I'm not complaining too hard. Like, they could have stopped it in a lot worse places. But yeah, basically, you know, I think the idea was like, all right, stop making new ones of these. We're going to work on a movie. But I feel like they missed their time. I feel like the Backrooms was really hot. I don't know if it'll be hot again. I feel like there's something about the lockdown and the Backrooms that really synced up. So if they could have had the movie come out at that time, I think it would have been ideal. But yeah, Twitch, I just wanted to say, like, right, I was thinking that Twitch, by which I don't mean my community that's on Twitch, which I don't mean the people that are watching me on Twitch, I mean Twitch, the platform. I was thinking that Twitch was letting me down, right? I was thinking, I mean, there's been a lot of talk of Twitch is falling off, Twitch is losing numbers, Hassan's numbers are down, everybody's numbers are down across the board. I mean, look, there's that too, right? But there's also, you know, when that happens, people quit. People stop making content, so there's more, you know, there's more room, there's less incentive for people to be streamers, so there's you're right, so it's a net wash. I think I don't really blame like that, but I think I blame me. I think that the thing about Twitch is that there's all this interactive stuff, right? Like cat ears, you can use your sub points to redeem to make me put on cat ears. Like there's all this interactive stuff, and it's supposed to be interactive, and I just haven't kept up with that meta. So maybe we need like a special channel in Discord for Twitch, for the people that are on Twitch, for the people that understand Twitch, for people who are Twitch streamers themselves to make suggestions of like, hey, no comment chick, I think your stream would be a lot better if you did X, or if you did Y, or if you did Z. Because I feel like I just haven't kept up with, there's a lot of creative stuff that you can do on Twitch that you can't do on YouTube, and I'm just not doing it. So now I'm blaming myself now. I'm blaming myself for the Twitch numbers falling off, and I'm asking for your help in telling me what I should do to make the Twitch stream more fun. Anyway, enough housekeeping. We've got a weasel today. We're dealing with a weasel, an actual justice, a weasel of the actual justice variety. Which would really help if I was right here and had the soundboard open. Yeah, we're dealing with an actual weasel today. I couldn't figure out if it was an AI song or two songs playing at once. I mean, it's a tight mix is what it is. It's a mashup. Yeah, it's clearly a human mashup done by DJ Hype SJW, who totally exists. Toggle cat ears. There we go. See, but we got to get more fun stuff. Like, I think there's also Make Irene Bounce, which is technically make me bounce on a trampoline, but trampoline's kind of put up right now. I don't know, chat. Oh my god, did I just like put lipstick on my hair? That's gonna be fun to wash out. Anyway. Yeah, there's like a lot of fun stuff that we can do with Twitch, and I just don't think I'm doing it enough. But I gotta balance it with YouTube. And in general, YouTube is more about like theoretically, right? YouTube wants me to get to the point. YouTube wants me to talk about the allegations. I gotta talk about the allegations for YouTube, and Twitch wants me to talk to them. And so I don't know. What do we like? You know, we gotta somehow make a compromise between the two. And then Shorts has its own desires as well. And look, I am here to fulfill all of your desires. I mean, mostly. Not that desire, though. If you want a blowjob from Slimer, I cannot help you with that. Does that actually happen in the movie? Does Slimer actually blow Dan Aykroyd? This was a kid's movie? Like, wasn't this, like, this was like a take your kids to it movie, wasn't it? Like, it's May the 5th. Wait, okay, so May the 5th. So help me out here, Star Wars fans. There's May the 4th be with you. And then there's Revenge of the 5th. Today is Revenge of the 5th, and we're going to get a little revenge. We're going to get a little revenge, a little strike back. Look, I know Emma does not want to feed the fucking trolls. I know that the Majority Report is not trying to give actual Justice Warrior more engagement, which would be what they would do by talking about him more than they actually do. But look, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, MR. I am your attack kitty. Right? Like the cat that, like, you worry about an attack dog, right? You should worry about an attack cat, right? Under the couch, ready to grab your ankles and dig those little claws and bite you. And like, an attack cat is much worse. An attack cat can totally trip you up. Attack dog, you see it coming, you hear the dog bark, you know, okay, they got an attack dog. You bring a milk bone for an attack cat. What are you going to do? Bring catnip? I don't think that works. I don't think that's gonna help you. It's bustin' time. That's right, Schmegly. Yeah, there's two songs playing at once. It's a mashup. It's a mashup with no assistance from AI. Wait, Mr. Puffin Fresh? Oh yeah. Also, I think I'm supposed to review the Drake versus Kendrick thing at some point. I'm just not sure how. Right? Because, like, I mean, this is a diss track. Is this copyrighted? I just assume every piece of music, if it's any good. The Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man? Oh, Mr. Puffin Fresh is his name. Okay, I didn't know that. His name is Marshall. His name is Marshall Mathers. That's right. Marshall Mathers. Liminal spaces will always be a horror staple. Uh, the like has been booped. Nice. Good to hear. You are a Twitch and a YouTube. Yeah, like it's hard to make the wait, Pauly Shore is the oh, as far as actual justice Weasel, is Pauly Shore's the Weasel, right? Someone just proposed a confederation of Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. Actual justice Weasel. That's what we're dealing with, right? You forgot about the cat ears until I mentioned it. Look, it's good that I put them now during the beginning, during the intro of the show, rather than like in the midst of a segment, because that's the whole thing that's weird about the cat ears. It's like, right, if I'm in a segment where potentially it might become a video, then we run into like a YouTube, Twitch kind of discrepancy. I don't know. I feel like I should just rock it though. I just like I imagine myself talking about, you know, Israel, Palestine, and I've got cat ears, and people see the video and they're like, hey, can you be a little bit more serious about this topic? This is not a silly cat ears topic, excuse me. And it's like, there's nothing silly about cat ears. Soul Life says less shorts. Yeah, yeah. Aw, BCat K. You should be eating tacos. I should be eating tacos. What kind of tacos you got? I want tacos. It's Cinco de Mayo. It's Cinco de Mayo. That, you know, probably supersedes the Revenge of the Fifth. Soul Life likes Daisy Dukes? I mean, I need to do some more squats before I can rock Daisy Dukes. I think I really need to work. Like, I got a good leg press, but my squats, I don't lift that much weight. Yeah, it's an attack kitty. You have one of those? They're the best. They're the best. But sometimes they attack you. Um, much better it was, yes. I don't know. I'm kind of the side guy, but for now, that's what it is. Wait, is there a different... Does this go to the... Does this connect to another chat? We need Irene on MR. See, I don't know if they want that smoke. I am okay if they don't, okay? My name has been pitched for a lot of MR related stuff, and yet I have never, you know, actually received the call of like, yeah, come on, you know, leftist mafia or whatever, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that. I know that I do a different thing. I know that I am a lightning rod, right? And that bringing me on would cause potentially a lot of drama for them. And if they're not comfortable with that smoke, it's okay. I can handle the smoke. They can handle the fire. That's how we work. We're symbiotic. I'm like the little bird in their teeth picking out the pieces of meat. You know, I'm like the what is it called? A symbiote. Wait, the symbiote's different, right? Catnip will only make you more furious. That's true. Yeah, Drake versus Kendrick is kind of blowing up, but I just don't know. I keep on seeing people cover it and they're like playing the music, and I'm just like, wait, is there some rule with a diss track? Is a diss track like copyright free? Is a diss track royalty free? It's a dark Irene, but not copyrighted. It's super dark. Oh no. It's not copyrighted, so I can play it. Okay. You may have made some stuff up. Well, I'll buy into it anyway, Schmegly, because I want to live in that world, maybe. Kendrick did not copyright. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I like that. Viva Mexico. Wait, you got a scholarship to the country's preeminent yoga teaching school? That is so cool. That is so rad. Look, I was just talking about the evil yoga instructor in Shin Megami Tensei's DX2 digital devil downloader, and it's good that we have like a yoga instructor on the side of the liberators, right, to face down the acolytes, right? I almost want to play that game, but like there's no sponsorships as far as I know. Like it might even be a dead mobile game. Like of all the fucking gacha shits I've ever played, I love that game. It's bad. It's terrible. The characters are terrible. The script is terrible. It's just like but it's so cool. I don't know, Chad. I want to live in that world, kind of. I want to be a liberator. But then I have to figure out, oh my God, it's so complicated, Chad. It's one of those games where you're like, yeah, we're the good guys, right? In the beginning. And then as you go through it, we're like, wait, are we the good guys? I think we're the good guys. I mean, like, clearly the acolytes are not the good guys, right? So, but it's just a little bit, you feel like you're getting played by both God and Satan, who might be embodied in one being. That's the kind of game that we're talking about here. It's one of those. It's that genre. Drake will not be missed. Oh, that's the shorts that Soul Life likes, is the Daisy Dukes, the tiny shorts. Oh, I see. We need to get serious and talk about caloric intake, that's right. Tacos, but no cerveza. I'd love a taco right now. I need a taco. I need tacos in my life. I just have to be very, very conscious of what I'm spending money on. It's not like tacos are too expensive though. Like, I mean, I could have like a bean taco. I don't think I could afford it for a veggie meat taco, but you should do yoga on stream. Kendrick calls Drake a colonizer. Yeah, I gotta get into this. Cat ears is just a deep state conditioning for my presidential term. Groomed and selected. Wait, does that mean I get to be your vice president? God, Cat, are you telling me you're picking me as your vice? I'm your Kristi Noem to your Donald Trump? Also, would that make me a pick-me? Maybe, for cats. Ole did a Kendrick Drake breakdown part 1 today. So for sure, if I just straight up played the tune on stream, I would have no consequences. Do we know that? Would love to see you on MR. Look, I mean, I would respect MR also, like in terms of they have a lot of experts in the fields that they're going to talk about. Generally, when they bring somebody on, it's because this person, you know, they've had Naomi Klein on, right? They had Mehdi Hassan on. Actually, I need to catch up with that. I don't think I've seen the entirety of the Mehdi Hassan interview, but I love Mehdi Hassan, so I need to watch that one. But yeah, they have some really cool people on. I would never want to, like, you know, waste their time. It would have to be something that I'm expert on, right? Which, you know, according to the internet, the only thing I am an expert on at this point, wait, I think some of you may know, the one subject that I am an expert on is Vosh. No, I gotta get some more expertise before I'm worthwhile to majority report. But like honestly, like it's not like I only do drama. Like I do serious stuff as well. Yeah, I just would never want to impose myself on you know, the shows that I love. I know how difficult programming a show is. I know how quickly it can go awry, and I respect people's like executive, you know, decisions of what they do or do not want on their show. But yeah, I would be flattered. I would be flattered. Just to be considered, and I have been considered for, you know, some of that stuff. Sorry, yes, that was a convo between. Oh, sorry, I read your convo between you and B-Cat. I'm sorry, Afroponics. Symbiote. That sounds like a Syd Barrett lyric, doesn't it? Okay, anyway. Not everybody in here knows Syd Barrett. That's okay. Did Drake hang up his mic? Possibly. That's what I've heard. Yeah, May the 5th is Mexican Interdependence Day. Oh, interesting. You threw me for a loop there, I'm Peachy, but I hung on. Anti-justice weasel. That's a new one, and I'm totally using it. You gotta use it. You gotta use it. Look, I'm realistic, okay? I don't think that anti-justice warrior has enough of a hate following. That's just, you know, give it time. Give it time. We'll work on that, right? So there's no like incentive for me to put his name on the thumbnail, to mention him in the description. I mean, like, his face is on there. That's probably enough, right? But at some point, right? When he gets to tipster status, when he gets to that tipstering point, right? It's the tipping point, the tip point, right? When he gets to that point, we need to get AJW to collaborate with Tipster. I think that would be a great collab. Wait, May the 5th is not Mexican Independence Day? Did I get trolled? Peachy said Interdependence Day. Why do I want to make it it's the Battle of Puebla Day rather than Independence Day. Mexican Independence Day is in September. Wag the dog as a career aspiration? I mean, I've never seen that. Never will go back to Taco Bell. People say that Taco Bell has destroyed their bowels. I've never had that experience, but then again, I order off a very select part of the menu that is no ground beef on it. So I'm gonna guess maybe it's the ground beef at Taco Bell that's not so great. Nobody drinks in Mexico in September except the choir? I would do yoga on stream. Finally, a VP worth voting for, right? Meow to you too, Lexical. BRV, yes, we need Nicole Wallace to explain the Fed to us first. The Lincoln Project. Look, the Lincoln Project will make our diapers. How about that? We need our own brand of diapers. And the Lincoln Project has shown that they're good at creating diapers. Now I just imagine a cat in a diaper. The school is called okay, so I don't want to give too much information away about your whereabouts or anything, just because this is a public stream and you know, private information is but it's a nonprofit school that has fantastic online resources as well. That is really cool. That sounds amazing, actually. Leave my boy Odysseus out of the lack of drinking on September for Mexico. Yeah, we need to do kickboxing. Oh my god, chat. I feel that. I feel that. I've never been able to get the proper setup for that. Right? I've had my kickboxing bag inside with like no water in it. And, you know, then I have to kind of kick it very gently and punch it very gently because it falls over really easily. I've got like a, wait, here. No! I've got one of these, right? But, I don't have anything to hook it up to, right? You're supposed to have something above you to attach this to, and so that it's like right here, and I just don't, like, not in here anyway. But yeah, I would love to do that, both for like me getting a proper workout while I stream, which is like sort of what I'm missing. The other thing I thought about as far as streaming is it would be really cool to do like a bike stream. I've got almost everything I need to put my bike on a trainer, which is like one of those things like, okay, so I can't afford a Peloton, obviously. I'm never gonna be a Peloton girl, right? But I got a bike and I've got what's called a trainer, and what that is like you attach your back wheel to the trainer and it provides resistance so that you can bike, like it turns your bike into like a stationary bike. And like that would be really fun. Like I am all for doing cardio and streaming at the same time, if you would be here for it. Had my ass slapped by a coworker today. Oh my god, OMW. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. We're approaching 4,000 on Twitch. We're approaching 3,000 on YouTube. Oh, this is an Odysseus joke. Wait, where's the Odysseus stuff coming from? You had your ass slapped twice? Is this a Cinco de Mayo thing? I could be on the fun half on Thursday. Yeah, I mean, like the one thing that I don't want to do, and I'm whenever I go on anybody else's stream, I'm very conscious of this, right? I don't want to bring drama to them. I don't want to bring controversy. I know that like I have had to deal with it for a really long time. Like there's like no choice for me, right? It's either deal with the drama or disappear. And I chose deal with the drama. Right? And no comment chick did not, Irene Geller did not disappear. And you know, there's some people that are kind of confused by that, not the least of whom is Chud Logic. Chud Logic cannot comprehend how I survived, because I think he had like kind of an inside look at the harassment against me. I think he kind of knew some of the people who were involved in that. And like, so he saw like from the inside what I was up against. That's why he calls me a cockroach, right? It's actually the highest compliment you can get from a Chud is to be called a cockroach. What he's saying is that like I have great survival skills. Sid Barrett, forgot about Sid Barrett. Yeah, I think you're right. They need more women. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I would never want to bring like drama to the Majority Report, right? They want to keep like their relationships kind of neutral. They don't have enough time to look into like, you know, well, I mean, I think they're pretty down on Destiny. I think everyone's kind of down on Vosh. Let's see. Who else? Who would I get them in trouble with, chat? I feel like I would get them in trouble with somebody. Is there anybody that they're like friendly with that just like really doesn't like me? I had an assistant manager. Oh my god, that is messed up, Soul Life. I'm sorry. Have all kinds of inappropriate touching in the service industry. Actual Justice Weasel. He's actually an ex-cop? That's gotta be the... Sorry, I shouldn't say this, chat, but that's gotta be like the softest cop I've ever seen. Am I right about that? May the 5th is Mexican victory over the French. Yeah, Shakespeare said that earlier in the Battle of Puebla. France did a lot of fucking around in the New World, as they called it. And they did a lot of finding out as well, right? Also Haiti. Annoying jerking wanker? I mean... Cesar Chavez Day is only celebrated in the US and most especially in California. You can get Taco Bell, but never get it before like 2 p.m. They waste nothing. Before 2 p.m., you'll likely have ingredients from the day before. So maybe we're talking about gross lettuce and gross tomatoes. Is that kind of what we're dealing with, maybe? MAGA people are allegedly... Yeah, can we look into this? I saw this. I'm not sure. Is this true? I've seen pictures. I'm just not sure what to believe anymore, chat, saying thanks to AI. I don't know what's real. Seen people in a t-shirt saying real man wear diapers. It's a speed bag. Well, it's okay. Wait, no, the speed. Okay, so technically a speed bag is something that you hang from above, like, right? And it's got like this little sort of like platform above it. And it's just hanging like a teardrop, right? It's a teardrop shaped bag. It hangs from above and you go boom, boom, boom. You wait, I'm not doing it right because I don't have a speed bag. So I've never like really honed those skills, but yeah, it's for speeding up your hands, kind of like, you know, speeding up your reactions. And yeah, there we go. Like something like that. Something like that. Is a speed bag. But yeah, this is a little different. This is a double-ended, I believe, bag is what it's called. But it's a bag that punches you back. It's kind of nice that way. You gotta slip. You gotta slip. Or you gotta block. Taco Bell even has faucets built into the wall that produce boiling hot water. It's meant to rehydrate the beans and meat from If elected, I will ban fast food leftovers. Taco Bell can't even call it meat since it's mostly not meat. What is it, soy? Like, I could almost eat it. My Odysseus comment came from when it was mentioned that nobody... Oh, okay, yeah. No man. Taco meat has sand? People should stop alienating their relationship with what they put in their body. Wait, I got McDoubles for $3 yesterday. It tasted like a cartoon. It tasted like a cartoon burger. It tastes like meat, but it's been there a while since It's been a while. Okay. We need clicks. We need skeletons. The electorate has skeletons, hence Trump. The karma police. If AJW is Wario, or what? Wait, no, AJW is Wario, right? What's up, Starry VR? Yeah, actual Justice Wario. But like, so you're asking who is Waluigi? That's a good question. Okay, so let me just run through some questions about like Wario and Waluigi, right? So Mario and Luigi are like the best of friends, right? So that must mean that Wario and Waluigi are actually rivals. Am I right? Is that how it works? Are they rivals? Are they like the softest cop? He's the softest cop with the softest hands. Who knew? That guy keeps his hands very moisturized. I wonder why. Okay, stop. You're really feeding into the actual Justice Wanker memes here, Irene. You don't believe he passed the test? What kind of test do they have to do? Just like an obstacle course? Maltodextrin, soy lecithin, and lactic acid seasoning and stuff. They should just go make it like soy protein. What is it called? Soy protein isolate? You usually use ground turkey for homemade tacos? Wait, the phrase social justice comes from Father Coughlin? Yeah, I know about this guy. Father Coughlin. Like, that was a Hitler fan. He was like the Glenn Beck of his time. I'm not that... Yeah, my Taco Bell locations, but again, chat, all I ever eat is like a refried bean burrito or like a bowl or like a I guess I sometimes have I gotten like nachos that oh my god, nachos are asking for trouble. I don't know why, but if I've ever had like, you know, dietary distress from eating Mexican food, it's always when I eat nachos. That's what does it to me. It's always nachos. Learned earlier today that some fish poop sandy material that makes up a lot of the beach sand. Wait, really? What do they eat? Because that's like silicon, like silica, right? That's what sand is made of. Not sure weekly news covered the. Oh, yeah, I think you're right, actually. It might be a hoax. That's what I'm worried about. Who's Wario? Easy quarter poundering. No, wait, no, because it's not actual Justice Waluigi. It's actual Justice Wario. Multi-paw punch. It's kind of like multi-pass, but with multi-paws. I hear they improved the TB meat, but Taco Bell meat. But depending on the store, they do whatever tricks every trickster does. Add water to the mix until it's pre-diarrhea. Plus 10 hot sauces, RIP. I mean, I do like their hot sauces. I made my own veggie burger and fries today. Oh my god, that sounds really good, Starry VR. Chat's making me hungry. Waluigi is the smarter one? I think so. You had half a Sebe day and now you're lost in the woods. Isn't that a game? What is that called? That game about the woods? I wasn't lied to. Parrotfish poops make up 70% of the white sand in Hawaiian beaches. What? So you're just like chilling out on the sand, you're actually chilling out on poop. They're the worst of enemies. Yeah, that's what I thought. They've got to be enemies. I like the chalupa box with 5-layer burrito and cheesy potatoes with Baja Blast. Okay, so Shakespeare has the news for me on the diaper front. Donald Trump's supporters have started wearing nappies. They also have a new slogan, "Real men wear diapers." The peculiar new craze began after Mr. Trump was described as Donald Von Schitzenpants. Wait, who said that? Wait, I remember this. I remember this. What is up, Nutra? Wait, I had your name pronounced right before. Wait, now I'm messing it up. New Troy. Yes, I got your name. I got your got your name. I don't know. That's so weird. I'm being a weirdo, chat. I'm being a weirdo today. To chat. Do you know oh yeah, Think Before You Sleep drama with Noah Samson. This was so Think Before You Sleep is like this just gross incel channel, and they went after a creator named Illymation. Illymation just made a video of like about like body neutrality. Like, hey, you know, don't hate yourself for being overweight, don't hate yourself for being underweight, you know, you can be healthy without like being mentally unhealthy when you don't fit like the perfect ideal that society has, which nobody fits because it's made by AI, if we're being real. And Think Before You Sleep was like, that's the worst advice in the world. This person literally wants people to be obese and have diabetes. And like, it was just this terrible shit. And then Noah Samson kind of exposed like how much Think Before You Sleep lied about Illymation. And people turned on Think Before You Sleep. But now there's another video. I think Before You Sleep did a response video to Noah. And I think Noah's done a response video. So there's like, oh yeah, and didn't Think Before You Sleep get one of their videos taken down? One of the videos harassing Illymation got taken down? Wario and Waluigi are not brothers, according to Mario Party 5 lore. Thank you, New Troy, cute cat ears. 5% sweat and the rest is water. Oh my God, bean burrito. You're making me hungry, chat. You're making me really. Oh, Taco Bell's Mexican pizzas. Yeah, those are good. I could actually almost make one of those. Wait, I would need like refried beans, which I normally have. Choco tacos. The president is always going to be the most problematic person in the room. I mean, that just makes sense. Wario and Waluigi are two nice evil guys who found each other. They tried to steal the looks of what? Huh? They didn't originally look like that? I love veggie burgers. I love anything that's food. Right, chat? When you're not eating enough, everything sounds good. Everything sounds good. I still can't believe that the beach sand is actually poop. Night in the Woods. Is that what I'm thinking of? Night in the Woods? Is that what it's called? It's like a video game? About to make a taco salad. Oh my God, I love taco salad. Waluigi is Asmongold? Okay, I could buy that, maybe. I could see that. Simple bean burritos are the only real deal without a discount at Del Taco and Taco Bell. Okay, but did they raise the prices? Because that's what I'm pissed about, right? Yeah, Taco Bell was like my go-to place, right? I don't eat meat, and, you know, I don't have a lot of money, and so I'm always like looking for, okay, like where are the cheap, quick vegan eats? And they were at Taco Bell for a long time. Like you could get really, you could get a lot of food for cheap at Taco Bell, and then they raised their prices. They knew that people like me were like, fishes are so they're eating rocks. Okay, that makes sense. So the fish eats the rock. Wait, is that right? I thought penguins ate rocks. Do fish eat rocks too? They're making me hungry too, Disco Wolf. They're making me hungry. Fallout Green Vegas? Oh, Michael Cohen? Oh, yeah, you're right. It was Cohen that called him Donald Von Schützenpants. And like he had to, didn't he get read that out? Okay, look, we probably got to go and like cover the story. Like I think I know where to I think I know where to find the Donald Von Schützenpants story. Maybe. We got to get the show on the road too. I have effed around for about an hour here, but I like talking to chat. I like, starting off the show talking to chat, because sometimes I don't do that enough. Okay, so we got this shit. We got a spicy debate between Brianna and Robbie about a BDS, and no, that's Pierce Morgan. We don't care about him. Nobody cares about Pierce Morgan. What is it? Like, I think this is on Internet Today. There we go, Diaper Dawn. I called it. Or chat called it. I don't know, somebody called it.
With so much else going on, it's easy to forget.
Donald Von Schützenpants, right off the bat. There we go. This is what you're talking about, chat.
We're still in the midst of Donald Trump's criminal trial in New York over those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels way back in 2016. Mm-hmm. The jury selection process leading up to the trial provided a lot of great content, because selecting an impartial jury for a trial involving probably the most polarizing figure on earth is a pretty absurd situation. On the other hand, the trial itself hasn't been nearly as interesting, mostly because it's mainly just stuff you've heard before if you've been following this saga for the past 7 years.
Also, it's just people reporting from the court. There's no like crazy video to be like, wow, look how crazy this is.
Yeah.
Or they really nailed the cross-examination. You're just hearing retold versions of it. And then constantly hearing about Donald Trump falling asleep and
Yeah.
waking back up,
But
as if he's not an 80-year-old man.
They've spent like almost 2 weeks just submitting into evidence shit all of us already knew.
There have been a few highlights out there, particularly Trump's complete inability to follow the rules of his gag order, limiting what he can say publicly about the case and the people involved in it, which with any other defendant would have gotten them thrown in jail by this point. But for Trump, it just means he has to keep paying relatively small fines of a few $1,000s. I think he owed $9,000 because of it. Yeah. But the judge said, you try it again.
Hey, mister.
I might have to throw you in jail.
You got another thing coming.
He also gets to at least slightly accomplish his goal of delaying this trial as much as possible, because every minute spent in hearings regarding the gag order is a minute not spent on the actual trial. But hey, at least these contempt of court hearings are also providing some good content. For example, here's Business Insider.
On Thursday morning, prosecutors at Trump's Manhattan hush money trial argued that he violated his gag order last week when he made 4 on-camera statements attacking witnesses and the jury. Things got weird when his defense attorney, Todd Blanche, complained that Trump must remain silent about witnesses and jurors while his opponents get to say anything they want. Trump's personal attorney turned nemesis, Michael Cohen, can take whatever potshot he chooses, Blanche told the judge. But Trump must remain silent, Blanche added, even when Cohen mocks him as Donald Von Schitzenpants, a favorite insult on Cohen's podcast and his account on the social media site X.
Boomer joke.
Blanche proceeded to read that colorfully worded offending post into the record as Trump sat listening at the defense table. This one says, "Oh my, Schitzenpants," Blanche recited as he entered a screenshot of the post into the court record as Exhibit 64, without any objection from prosecutors. The official court stenographer duly followed along, typing the phrase into the court record as "shits in pants."
Now, in addition to the name Donald Von Schitzenpants being read into the permanent court record while Trump had to just sit there and take it, we got some amazing work from the courtroom sketch artist. Here's a post Michael Cohen shared on Twitter a few weeks back featuring an AI-generated image of Trump in an unflattering, skin-tight orange superhero costume. And here's the courtroom sketch of Trump looking at that very same image in the courtroom as his lawyers present it to the judge.
I need like an animated show, fully animated in courtroom sketch style.
Yeah, it's really something. But anyways, it's doubtful that too many people would have heard Michael Cohen call Trump Donald Von Schitzenpants if Trump's lawyers hadn't brought it up at this hearing. But all the news reporting around it has now helped reignite a long-running debate over whether or not Donald Trump does, in fact, shit his pants.
Your Honor, he called my client Donald Von Schitzenpants in reference to long-standing rumors that he does, in fact, shit his pants. Just so everyone knows that. A lot of people think my client, Donald Trump, poops his pants. They say he smells.
Just like a lot of people think that there's no way to get out of the top of the hour ad break on Twitch. A lot of people think that you're stuck with watching 3 minutes of ads, but I'm here to tell you that that's not so. There are ways to get out of the top of the hour ad break, even if you've got no money. If you have Prime, you have a free sub just waiting to unbox. And if you unbox that baby and drop it on my stream, you will no longer see ads in my chat. You can also get rid of the ads for $5 to Twitch that gets you weasels, that gets you, I'm talking about weasels that wiggle, not just regular weasels on YouTube, right? These are animated weasels. It gets you weasels, it gets you my undying gratitude, and it also gets you out of that atrocious ad break that you may have been harassed by on multiple occasions. There's also one other chance, because I get it that some people don't have, if you don't have money, chances are you don't have Prime. There's still hope for you, right? And we saw some of that hopium spread by generous people yesterday. There are people out there looking out for you that might even want to, spread some, help spread the weasels, right? To you. But you're more likely to come into their view. You're more likely to be seen and targeted for one of those gift or community subs if you're active in the chat.
Smells really bad. Don't
I'm
Google
on today.
it, because it's not true. But a lot of people who've met him say he probably poops his pants and wears diapers.
In the honor of being totally impartial, we ask that all the jurors rub Vicks Vapor Rub under their noses. Not for any reason, just to make sure that you don't.
Has anybody ever used Vicks Vapor Rub for anything weird? Tell me in chat, what is the weirdest thing that you've used Vicks Vapor Rub for? I want to know. I feel like, Vicks Vapor Rub is like Oh my god, chat, you're still making me hungry. I gotta get over it though. I gotta get over it and realize that, like, dude's voice is insufferable. Are you talking about actual Justice Warrior's voice? Then I come to find out that his talking voice isn't as insufferable. That's just his essay voice. Oh, his video essay voice. I thought you were going somewhere else with that. Okay, yeah. I got you. I'm sorry, chat. I was like, oh my god. He is racist, though. I gotta say this about actual Justice Warrior, all right? He has got tons of videos, tons of thumbnails that seem to be on the subject and sometimes even say the words black crime, right? If you don't know, this was a section of news at Breitbart.com, like the conservative news site, right? I think they eventually, took it down because they just got too much heat from it. But basically, a lot of what AJW's content, like AJW's audience, right? He's got like, okay, so one, like, let me say it this way, like, right? At least like half of his videos are about the super mayor. There's a super mayor, black woman in Illinois that's the mayor, and apparently she's super corrupt and everything she does is wrong, and he's fucking obsessed with her. And half of his videos are about her, right? And it just boils down to like white people who hate, I mean, I'm talking about the audience here, white people who hate the fact that like a black woman could be in power, a black woman could be a mayor, right? I mean, like, I don't know, I'm not talking about the specifics of the case, but in terms of the reason that is such a this super mayor is actual Justice Warriors Brie Larson, and like every single or not every single thumbnail, many of the thumbnails, like, are just like, I don't know, it's just a pure, appeal to racism is what is fueling actual Justice Warriors engines these days. Anyway, chat, I'm getting ahead of myself. We gotta find out about the poop in Dr. Donald Pepper. What am I saying, chat? In Donald Trump, he doesn't even drink Dr. Pepper. He drinks Diet Coke.
Don't smell anything emanating from the former president.
The only sense you need to be using in this courtroom is your ears.
Yeah.
Not your nose.
And common sense up here in the brain.
Yeah, in your brain sense.
Yeah.
So back in December, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger wrote on Twitter, "I'm genuinely surprised how people close to Trump haven't talked about the odor. It's truly something to behold. Wear a mask if you can." And he later elaborated in an interview saying, "It's not good. The best way to describe it, take armpits, ketchup, a butt."
Really? Is that what we're doing now? Armpits, ketchup, and a butt? That's a bad mix. Call it vegan bunny tax. Wait, what's the vegan bunny tax? That sounds cute. Oh wait, no, the vegan tax. And bunny is the emote. I read off the emote, I'm sorry. We have a local Mexican place that's cheap and good, nice. The Fiesta veggie burrito. Wait, was that at Taco Bell? The video looping is so great. Oh my god, I love it. Just buy some refried beans. I know, you're right, MG. I gotta buy some refried beans. Well, no, honestly, I gotta make refried beans. Have you, okay, anybody else notice this? Beans in a can, it used to be like a cheap thing. It used to, I swear I remember like $5 for $1 or something like that. 5 cans of beans for $1. And now it is like $2.50 per can. It's just like, it's too expensive. I can make pinto beans though, and make my own refried beans. Midas Touch has this. Wait, somebody had something for me in chat. Hi Campos, good to see you. Hi Moose, good to see you too. We got the Weasel Gang coming into Twitch. It looks like Twitch is coming back. And like I said, I'm going to try to do what I can to please. The courtroom sketches. Yes. Doc Tuxon. That is, I think, don't they say something later about like the idea of, okay, and I like this idea, right? An anime or like a cartoon made out of courtroom sketches. I think that would do numbers. I think that would like kill.
and makeup and put that all in a blender and bottle that as a cologne.
Makeup.
That's kind of that. I've been amazed that everybody's just
Yo, if I'm smelling your makeup, you gotta. I'm sorry. Is this mean to say, chat? Am I just being like a mean bitch here?
So peaceful up here,
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Is that mean of me to say? I mean, maybe it's just like my. I mean, you can tell that I'm not like a big like makeup person. I shouldn't be mean. I shouldn't be mean. I should be nice, right? But I don't usually smell makeup, is what I'm trying to say. Like, right? It takes a lot of makeup to have an odor, and that I'm kind of surprised that, like, anybody's out there smelling like makeup. Like, I mean, if you're kissing them, maybe, right? These are two millennials incarnate. They kind of are. Yeah, they kind of are. Ad break in process. Hey, it looks like I wasn't lying to you about that ad break. Looks like NCC tells no lies. Oh my god, I'm so far behind in chat. I'm so far behind in chat. Will I ever catch up?
kind of learning about this now. And before that, for years, people who were contestants on The Apprentice or served in the Trump White House have made comments about him smelling bad.
As someone who literally worked in a fucking nursing home when I was like 17 years old.
They all smell bad at a certain age.
Yes, they are nose blind, first
Is YouTube getting ads too?
of all. Second of all, caking themselves in makeup,
And-
especially the older ladies.
Yeah.
And then
Luckily, most of those you can hit, like, you know, you can get out of them after like, what is it, 5 seconds?
yeah, so dousing themselves in every kind of cologne and perfume, and always pooping their pants,
Yeah.
farting.
Their nose blind and a certain generation of boomers.
Okay, now here's what I wanted to get there. Vix down below on a dare. Okay, so I was asking you earlier, and it took me forever to get down here, forever to actually read your answers. But like, what is the weirdest thing you've ever done with Vix? Vapo Rub. I don't know why, but the nickname being entered into the record is so funny. Oh yeah, Donnie Von Schitzenpants. I mean, it is kind of funny. Like, I don't usually laugh at like dad humor like that, but if my dad said that joke, I would be like, good one, Dad. I bet my dad has some good jokes about Trump. He doesn't like Trump. My dad's not a Trump fan. I lucked out. I lucked out because he is in a very Trumpy area. Like, he is the only Trump hater on his block. He has to see fucking signs, Trump signs in people's yards. You know, we should start I feel like people should start putting up fake Trump signs. No, they shouldn't. If I say this, I'll be endorsing this and I'll get in trouble for it. I'm not endorsing this. Okay, just to be clear. I just think it would be funny if in another world, in another part of the multiverse of mids, we had we had like a like people that would put up signs that would like say Trump Epstein 2024. Right? Because like that's really that should be his vice president. That's his dude. If Epstein was alive, right? He would be Trump's #1 advisor. And not necessarily on all things political. Enhance rolling on extra on. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about with like a dust mask, right? I never like. Okay, am I weird? I've done what you're talking about, Afroponics. I never felt what the. I don't know. Is it if you're dancing? Does it just help you get more oxygen to your, like, does it help you breathe more if you're dancing? Is that the idea? Because I've done that. I know what you're talking about. And like, that was a thing. And I was like, people just like, you know, were like, here's the dust mask and here's some Vicks Vapor Rub. And I was like, okay, I guess we're doing this. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Got Vicks on my junk once on purpose, or it's waterproof. Oh, so it's hard to rinse off. Yeah, that's the thing with Vicks. Don't mess with Vicks. Gave me hot sweats one time when I was sick. Oh, they gave it to you when you had hot sweats. Yeah. Weirdest thing, Vicks lubricating a door hinge. Okay, lubricating a door hinge, not anything else. I was taking a bong rip, but that was about the guy Noah was talking. Wait, bong rip. Oh yeah, that was about the wait, variant was, so the last thing you said, variant, was about the think before you sleep, think before you dox guy. In case the context was missed. That makes sense. But I eat onions like Waluigi he eats, oh yeah, he does eat onions. AJW, hot sweat is for fever. Is your fever breaking? Wait, does it help you have the hot sweat? Assay voice. Yeah, that's right. AJW was a cop, so of course he's racist. He's just like, he's not hiding anything. It's not the mayor of Chicago, MG. He's talking about a town near, is it Dalton, Illinois? He's talking about the mayor of a town called, I think it's called Dalton, Illinois. I don't know anything about her, and I don't know anything about the case. I just know that, like, she is his Brie Larson. He's like obsessed with this this super mayor. Always figured he tried out for the cops and didn't make the cut. I mean, see, I could believe that. It's not Lori Lightfoot. It's not Lori Lightfoot. It's somebody else. But she's the I think it's Dalton that she's the maker. Mexican people use vapor rub for every ailment. You got a cold, vapor rub. You got a scratch from outside playing. Oh, so it's like a antiseptic? I didn't know that. Propaganda fanboy 100%. Donald Von Shits and Pants. I'm just trying to see if I want to get through everyone's comments on Vicks Vapor Rub. Social Justice was actually the name of Father Coughlin's radio show. God, that makes me scared. What does he fucking mean by that? Any relation to Gordon? Oh, yeah. So that's the Lori Lightfoot. I don't think is the mayor. He's obsessed with the mayor of Dalton, Illinois. I think it's Dalton. Father Coughlin, yeah, really, it's super scary that he got that popular. Tim Allen is MAGA. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Comes off like Paul Blart, but he's not like Paul Blart. I could actually imagine Paul Blart being a cop, right? I could imagine that. But actual Justice Warrior, I could imagine him being bullied by other cops. I could imagine him being hazed by other cops. I can't really imagine him being a cop. Happen to have armpits, ketchup, and a butt laying right here. So chat, wait, I want to see if you thought I was mean for like my comment about makeup, because really it doesn't matter. Like if other people want to wear, like I don't wear a lot of like, you know, foundation. It saves me money. It's probably good for my skin, and I exercise a lot. So what's the point in putting on makeup if I'm just gonna sweat it off, right? So there's reasons behind that, but I'm usually not this judgmental, but I just found myself being like, if your makeup has a smell to it, you're putting on too much makeup. And I don't want to be like a Judge Judy. You got all those. You got all the elements. Thank you for subscribing, Parker. Welcome to the Weasel. The Weasels of the world. Same groceries is over 400 more today than in 2019. Are you talking about like a year? Yeah, that's the thing. And like, look, I had all kinds of hacks to save money back in the day. I was eating from the bulk section. That was a good hack. Now they raised the prices on the bulk section. I was eating cans of beans. Now they raised the prices on the cans of beans. I was eating rice. Now they raised the prices on rice, right? It's terrible. Just give me something that I can eat and not have to break the bank. That's all I'm asking. I don't require that much. I really don't. I'm a minimalist, I guess. No, that's literally what everybody at my school called me, a minimalist, and I wasn't trying to be a minimalist, but they like respected it. They're like, oh, cool, she's a minimalist. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm a minimalist, right? It was just that like the truth of the matter was I was on a scholarship and the rest of them, you know, had parents to pay for school, but they considered me a minimalist, which I'll take it's way better than them calling me the, you know, the girl with holes in her clothes. Hey, I earned those holes. No ads, but I'm premium. Yes, you are premium. Israeli diaper force. Wait, what's the deal with the Israeli diaper force? That's a thing, isn't it? There was a YouTube ad, unable to reach the skip button. That's the worst. I can feel that pain because some of those ads, some of those ads are like videos. It's like a YouTube video that you're watching about why you should buy some product that you probably don't need from 4 Patriots. beans.com. Beans are easy. Clean, clean the beans. 2/3 of the top of the pot. Open, weep, lid, start to boil, reduce to simmer for 2 to 3 hours. They do take a long time to cook, don't they? They do take a long time to cook, but it's worth it to have a hill of beans. Result, a hill of beans, exactly. I just want to see if chat thinks I'm mean for saying that too much. If you have makeup that can be smelled, that you're bad. I feel like that was me being mean. I don't F with Vicks anymore. It's poison. Oh, it is. Oh yeah, petroleum, right? I will say the jar I used was from 1978. You got an ad. So there's multiple people getting an ad. Yeah, that's what I wonder. Do people get an ad at the same time? I'll make that sign in Minecraft. Oh, the sign. Yeah, we can make the sign in the Trump Epstein sign, or Trump Maxwell even. Maxwell's still alive, so we know he said good things about Maxwell. He's like, I feel very sorry for Ghislaine Maxwell and going through what she's going through. So far nobody's called me out for being a mean girl. I guess you're just too nice. I'm usually not a mean girl. I think it works as a vasodilator. Wait, so it literally makes it like more active in your system? Is that what it does? Anyway, let's get back to the diaper.
Is particularly nose blunt. If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
So yeah, these people making these claims, they all, of course, deeply dislike Trump on a personal level for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. But the most vivid descriptions of Trump's alleged incontinence have...
Is it weird that I've never used Vicks VapoRub? I mean, not that weird. I think my parents might have used it on me once. Like, I think my mom, like, I had a cold or something, and she had a humidifier in the room, and I think she put Vicks VapoRub, like on like my upper chest or something, but I wasn't sure what it was supposed to do.
Come from a guy named Noel Kassler, who worked on the crew for The Apprentice for several seasons. So here's a few things that he's said over the years.
He would often soil himself on The Apprentice set. He's incontinent from all the speed, all the Adderall he does, all the cocaine that he's done for decades. His bowels are uncontrollable. We'd have to stop the show and change him, and that was Keith Schiller's job.
Oh, Shakespeare! I saw that. I saw that earlier on Twitter. Yeah, the office of Al Jazeera in Israel got raided, right? So they're I mean, obviously their main offices are other places, right? But there's a lot of news going on in Israel and in Gaza, and they're no longer allowed to work out of there.
Take him off set. He would wipe him down.
Oh.
Jesus. Our nickname for Keith was Wet.
Jesse has new kittens. That's awesome.
Wipes. It's not a joke. It's happened several times. The crew nicknamed Celebrity Apprentice The Shit Show because he would soil himself during tapings, often after flying into a...
Yeah, is it Dalton maybe? Maybe that's it. You said it's like it's almost like inside Chicago. Yeah, it's like one of those places that's like right next to Chicago, or like right up in Chicago.
Rage and cursing out the script department because he couldn't read a 3-syllable word.
Revealing that Ivanka Trump was also aware of her father's issues of soiling.
What's Vicks? Vicks is a petroleum-based jelly that is infused with menthol. I think it's menthol, right? It's got menthol in it. And
it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And so if you put it anywhere near your mouth or your nose, you'll like inhale it. And I think the idea is that if you've got like, if your nose is stuffed, then it'll like clear it up. I think that's the idea with Vicks.
The pants. Kassler added that Trump does it and he almost sits there unaware of it. And one time he saw Ivanka have to kind of go whisper in his ear, and then Keith came and took him off stage. One time there was the word arbitrage on a cue card, and he started screaming that the script department was setting him up. You're setting me up. And he just freaked out and then very loudly evacuated his bowels, and you could smell it. And the guy who was holding the boom mic was tearing up.
These are great stories, but I wonder if they're true. I wonder if they're true. These are great stories. I love these stories. It's believable. Somehow I believe in like the kind of privilege that Donald Trump has experienced his whole life would make him like completely without, like the rest of us, like, you know, if we were to accidentally have an accident and somebody else were to notice, we would be mortified. We'd be like, oh, it's like a nightmare of mine, chat. Like, you know, being like, do you ever have dreams that you're like back in school and that happens and you're like, oh geez, what do I do? Like, I don't want like, it's the worst. It's the worst, right? But I feel like Donald Trump somehow is just like, yeah, no, just have the personal assistant wipe you down and you're good.
Oh, no.
And that's where the nickname The Shit Show came from. That was the crew nickname for Celebrity Apprentice. He had it.
It's almost like he does it as a punctuation. Like, right, he says something that he's like really like adamant about, and he's just like just evacuates everything.
I want to believe.
I do want to believe. It seems far-fetched, especially back in the Apprentice days, but
That's like,
I do love the idea of someone
angry.
getting so angry they poop their pants because it's the only recourse they have.
I mean, it's a tier 1 move that every baby knows that most adults we forget.
Oh my God, Ashley, I need to learn that. The natural look. Yeah, I mean my natural look is natural because like I don't have the time or money or really like the knowledge about like what is good makeup and what is like not good. I know the drugstore stuff I'm not supposed to use. And I definitely never buy it on sale, chat. I'm definitely never never buying my my eyeshadow on super discount.
When you run out of cards in your deck,
you shit yourself.
You've always got an ace in the hole, the butthole.
Mm-hmm. Then Keith has to come and wipe you down.
All right, Keith,
get in here. I need to change my diaper.
Keith, wipe me
and bring me a Coca-Cola. Delicious Coca-Cola.
Nice bubbly Coca-Cola.
Yeah, and a tall glass of warm milk. Ooh! Anyways, yes, there's also a ton of photos and videos over the years where it definitely looks like Trump is rocking a little bit extra padding down there.
So Peachy's suggesting that this is like a thing that's like on purpose in order to like that it's like a purposeful way to keep like people that don't earn very much out of nice areas by disallowing the minimalist lifestyle.
And there's also a few clips from his presidency where it definitely seems like he might have spontaneously shit himself.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, honestly, okay, look. Give me a hypothesis of what that was if that wasn't at least a fart. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a shart. Like, it didn't sound like a shart. But that's like a fart against a leather chair. He's on a leather chair, right? I guess, you could say that, he was like adjusting himself. Wait, no, do we see him adjust himself? I don't think that he's got any excuse there. I think dude was farting. I think dude was literally farting there.
Down there, and there's also a few clips from.
Wait, I don't get it. That's just his butt, right? Like, what is the theory that that's a pile of dookie back there? I think that's just his dumper. Am I wrong?
Presidency where it definitely seems like he might have spontaneously shit himself.
It's ridiculous. So today we're here in a bipartisan.
Who knows? He's done things that are so much worse.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, this is so low.
It's pretty inconsequential.
Yeah. It just is funny that this evil man is constantly pooping and farting himself into...
Yeah.
No, Joe Black, you're not allowed to vote for Trump because he farts. That's what we're saying. We're saying that Biden's never farted. He's never taken a dump. You gotta vote for Joe Biden. No, of course everyone farts.
Becoming a very smelly boy.
Most of us don't fart on national television, I guess.
Boy.
A very stinky boy.
So he obviously...
I'm just trying to figure out what we think about this. Do we think that Trump actually shit himself, right? Farting is one thing. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty childish to not be able to control yourself while you're sitting in court. Or at least make it like unaudible, right? At least lift a cheek or something, right? I don't know, but I get from what I've heard, like it's actually disturbing his legal team. Like his legal team is having trouble concentrating because the smell is so bad.
wouldn't be the first 77-year-old man to rely on diapers.
But wait, am I hearing from a Joe Black? Please tell me you're not a Trump voter, because like the most childish thing in the world is to vote for a reality star as president. If you want to talk about maturity, don't be MAGA, okay? Because they got no room to talk, and they've literally said this shit about Joe Biden.
But what's extra weird is, and we can't 100% confirm this because it's so bizarre even by MAGA standards.
So bizarre.
It's that some Trump supporters are apparently showing up to his rallies now wearing.
Okay, now this is the part that I'm interested. Like I said, the Trump shits himself. Trump farts a lot. Trump smells bad. We can neither confirm nor deny. There are a lot of reports going back to The Apprentice, going back to his earlier life, and even going forward. Right? There's a lot of people saying. Many people are talking. Many people are saying this, but we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure, folks. It might be fake news. It might be fake news. Look, Trump might be able to honestly look at the camera and say,
"Did everything right, and they indicted me."
They indicted him for farting. Right? It's so unfair. He's the most unfairly treated president in all of history, with the most mature fan base as well. Right? That believe in things like JFK Jr. secretly being alive somewhere in Dallas, Texas, ready to run as Trump's vice president. But hey, maybe he will. Maybe JFK Jr. is still alive. Let's see. Hillary Clinton, slicing children's faces like prosciutto for her snacks, harvesting adrenochrome off of them and laughing like a wicked witch. That's not immature.
What? I refuse to believe, but I still am curious.
Actually, pooping your pants is pretty cool.
If pooping your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Think of all the time you waste sitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
When you could be leading.
Yeah. Would you want to have that call at 3 o'clock in the morning? The call that everyone never wants to hear?
Right.
And you want to be on the toilet pooping and cleaning yourself?
President Xi has launched nukes. Oh no, the president is in the bathroom pooping on the toilet like a human adult.
He smells like shit and he's ready to go.
You want a president who carries that poop with him.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, aside from in addition to the solidarity diapers, custom merch with messages like "diapers over Dems" and "real."
Is that Wick? Chat. Is that Wick? Can somebody tell me if this is Wick? It kind of looks like Wick. He looks older somehow, though.
Men wear diapers.
Maybe it's Wick's uncle.
Come on.
Diapers over Dems.
This can't be.
I don't know. It seems fucking real. Like
So here's the deal. All right, I want to think this is fake too. I don't want to think that like MAGA is out here like legitimately trying to do the Adam Sandler shit where they're like, pooping your pants is the coolest. Only the cool kids poop their pants. I pooped my pants too, right? I don't want to think that that's really what MAGA, like that even MAGA is that silly, right? But I will say that they avoided a very easy dunk on Donald Trump that would be truly unfair. If you've seen a certain picture of Donald Trump walking on a golf course from behind, and it looks like he's got just diarrhea dripping everywhere. It looks like he shat his pants. That is apparently a fake picture that has been photoshopped. That's not a real picture, right? So if you're excited about Donald Trump, Donald diarrhea leg Trump, it's not. That's fake news. That one is actually fake news. They didn't show that, which makes me think that maybe this diaper MAGA thing. Real men wear diapers. MAGA men wear diapers. Only soy boys wear underwear, right? Real men. Real alpha males are out there shitting their pants like Trump.
Who carries that poop with him.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, aside from in addition to the
Also, this is YouTube Shorts. Why are you surprised I'm being immature?
Diapers, custom merch with messages like,
go watch Bo Blacks and you can hear him talking about Tipster shitting himself probably. Come on, what do you expect?
And real men wear diapers. Come on. This can't be.
I don't know. It seems fucking real. Like I assumed it was fake, but I have a pretty good eye for this shit. And like, if it's photoshopped, whoever did it did an amazing job because it's on all these like textures and they did a fantastic job with aligning it.
We need Snopes to cover this. I need to know which of this MAGA diaper merch is real MAGA diaper merch and which of it is fake news made by the lamestream media to try to trick you away from voting for the Messiah, the second coming of Jesus, Donald Trump.
It's either that or these are trolls, but they don't look like trolls. They definitely look like MAGA people.
Yeah.
If I had
They do. Why do you say that? What makes them look like? Let's take a look, chat. Let's see if they. It's looking like a MAGA person. I don't know. Oh, they look like MAGA people. Oh no. Oh no. They do tend to have a look to them, don't they?
It's either that or
what's up with that? What is up with the MAGA look? Like, where does that come from? Like, I don't want to think that like a certain look to your person predisposes you to voting against your own interests, but it sure seems like it.
These are trolls, but they don't look like trolls. They definitely look like MAGA people.
Yeah, they don't look like soy boys who secretly snuck into a MAGA rally to try to pretend like, oh yeah, we love diapers, we vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't look like that.
If I had to guess, some trolls showed up and handed this merch to actual MAGA people and got them to take a picture, but
that could happen.
It's so...
Isn't that what happened with the Blacks for Trump merch? There's a lot of pictures of white people wearing Blacks for Trump shirts or Blacks for Trump, clothing, right? Blacks for Trump hats, right? And it's always like, the whitest people, wearing this merch. But I tend to think that maybe that's just some enterprising person that like is selling this stuff, and they're so excited about the idea that like, there's black people voting for Donald Trump, and it defies expectation that they want to like let you know. They want to let you know that Trump has a black supporters in addition.
Fucking weird, even by MAGA standards.
There's that one account that's been doing a great job of fooling people over the past couple of weeks. He had the picture with
I know. That shit is so obviously fake.
Yeah.
And it drives me insane when people
Dude, the Michael
don't
Lindell
realize
thing that's been going around where people are
Yeah.
like, wow, it looks like the guy from the Undertaker's. What the fuck's the guy's name?
Yeah, it looks like Paul
Bear.
Yeah, Gary Peterson. I've been following that account for years because, like, yeah, his it's just funny Photoshops making like Kyle Rittenhouse look fat and have rosy cheeks and shit. But yeah, like it seems like every week lately people are like, I can't believe you all fell for that. I'm like, no, I didn't fall for it. I just thought it was fucking funny. I can't believe anyone would fall for this. It looks ridiculous.
But this is like when they were saying or wearing merch where it was like, I would take Vladimir Putin over Biden or Hillary or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's believable because this person is just ignorant.
I wish Trump would grab me by the pussy.
And so angry at his own country that he would wear. I was like, this is just self-deprecating on a level I don't understand.
I don't know. I would like some follow-up on this. I was unable to like source any full confirmation, but yeah, the photos look pretty fucking convincing to my eye. If you can spot any telltale signs of manipulation, please.
I got to imagine like this is probably a big thing for golfers. You think you're going to leave the tee to go find a bathroom? No, you just let it slide out of the pant.
Yeah.
Right there.
I've luckily, pooping on a golf course, that's hard because depending on the course.
It's an art.
With a bunch of people
you might have to play through like 2 or 3 holes until you get to a bathroom. So you see a lot of dudes just pissing in the bushes.
Yeah, it's an art. It's called the art of the shart.
But yeah, poop's a different story.
Yeah. So maybe there is some truth to it. I don't know.
Anyways, in some other Trump news, Truth Social continues to be a tremendous source of great content for us and our show. And here is The Bite with some more of that. The head of the accounting firm in charge of keeping track of the former president's Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG, which owns the far-right social media platform Truth Social, is astonishingly bad at typing out his own name. As the Financial Times reports, Ben F. Borgers, whose accountancy firm was hired by TMTG in 2022, misspelled his name 14 different ways in filings with the U.S. Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, PCAOB, including Ben F. Brogers, Blake F. Borgers, Ben F. Vonish, and Ben F. Orgers.
Yep.
Worse yet, the firm already has a lengthy track record of failing to meet regulatory standards, which, given the nature of Trump's flailing attempt at a social network, probably shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody.
And yeah, it turns out not knowing how to spell his own name is the least of this guy's problems, as he's apparently constantly getting in trouble with regulators for careless work. probably thanks to the fact that he's the auditor for 170 companies and probably spread a bit thin.
Yeah. Let me see that. Yeah, it looks good. Send it to the SEC.
Look, I've been in a lot of trouble recently, so I'm just going to misspell my name, and that way I'm completely...
Yeah. My lawyer advised me that if I misspell my name every time I write it, I can't legally be held accountable.
Yeah,
for
this document doesn't, it's not valid anymore.
I'm Ben Borgers. This says it's
Ben Folgers or something.
Jeff Hamburgers.
Yeah.
So I don't know who that is.
Clearly not me.
Talk to them. Anyway, I got 169 other companies to audit, so I'm
all
pretty
with
busy.
different names, by the way.
But in other news from the world of MAGA, one of the wildest things to happen involving Trump's most high-profile supporters was, of course, back in September, when Congresswoman Lauren Boebert got caught on camera being a total shit show at a performance of the Beetlejuice musical, where she took big old puffs from a vape, got felt up by her date, gave her date an over-the-pants hand job, and just generally acted in ways unbecoming of a grandmother.
Chat, I feel like we need to do a deep investigation. Let's see if this is real. Is this real or is this fake news? Does Donald Trump...
First of all, I need some clarity on a few issues. Let's start with the Muslim registry controversy. What do you want there? What's your vision?
I mean, that's pretty strong evidence right there. That's pretty strong evidence. What else we got? Like, you heard it here first, folks. It's,
All right, guys, I wanted to end this show with a fun story. And this right here is nothing but glorious, glorious fun. So, look, I have to say, every now and then the resistance liberals, man, they cook something up special.
they're cooking.
Like, they're
Cooking, chat. Those resistance, those Lincoln Project people. Oh, wait, didn't the Lincoln Project have a video about this?
are all about that Trump hating life, man. But it's sort of pure in a way. It's so pure. It's so sincere. She's like nothing but vitriolic hatred all day. And they come up with some of the greatest theories of all time. So this one caught my interest and I went down the rabbit hole on it. For those
It's propaganda soul life, more like poopaganda. Am I right?
of you who've never heard it, it goes a little something like this. Donald Trump shits himself regularly. Donald Trump has no control of his bowels. He's what's called incontinent. Now, I believe it was Adam Kinzinger, the former Republican. I don't know if is he still a Republican or is he an independent now? I don't know. But anyway, he restarted this dialogue because he came out the other day and said, look, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. Trump smells horrible, bro. And everybody around him knows that, and they say it. Everybody knows.
See, this seems like a low blow. However, didn't he literally say this about Hillary Clinton? Wasn't this like one of Trump's comments about Hillary? She smells terrible, folks. She smells awful. Everyone who's around her, Obama smells too.
He smells horrible.
Or am I thinking of Alex Jones?
And so the resistance liberals were like, oh, yes, yummy in my tummy. So they resurrected.
I don't know about yummy.
It floated before, but
I don't know about yummy. I think that's the wrong kind of chocolate.
it went deeper than I expected. Where trending on
Make Irene bounce?
I'm not kidding about this. Trending on Twitter was hashtag Trump smells.
We're going to bounce today.
That was one. And another one that was trending, which actually a while back also trended, it was hashtag Diaper Don.
Okay. Got him. Got him.
They're serious. They're not like, it's funny, right? Like it's funny and it's like a meme and everything, but
we have to investigate.
Go down the
we need to know. Go down the rabbit hole.
No, you don't understand. Like we're dead serious about this. He shits himself. All right, look, I'm just your humble servant. You guys be the judge.
Look, if anybody's going to get away with shitting himself constantly, it's going to be somebody who's been rich his entire life. If anybody's got no shame over shitting himself, it's going to be somebody born with a silver spoon up his butt. This is entirely plausible. I don't see any reason this could not be true. Spectacular Snyderman, that is an excellent 3-stream streak you're working on.
We take you on a ride
over on Twitch
down this conspiracy theory.
We're gonna go on a ride
and we'll have fun with it. So here's the first.
It's gonna be a rocky road though. Buckle up. Get your tea and snacks. No, don't get your snacks.
First one that I wanted to play for you. Watch this.
So when you post something and then someone bigger than you like Adam Kinzinger confirm it. And years ago I posted about Trump being kicked out of Keen's Steakhouse in Manhattan where I was eating with my father in 1983 because his smell was so offensive. This wasn't an elderly thing. It was 1983. I wouldn't make fun of Trump today if it was an elderly thing. That's not what we do on the left. It happens to elderly people. Trump wasn't elderly.
I mean, if I'm being real, it probably happens to Joe Biden too. He's probably shit his pants. I'm not gonna
complain.
Chad, I'm not gonna sit here and gaslight you.
The table next to him complained, and the table behind him complained. We smelled it, but my father and I didn't complain about it.
We smelled it, and he dealt it.
Trump was not elderly. The smell was so fucking offensive that they finally had to ask him to leave. And he did leave, quietly, right by us, and it wafted us. Trump's been shitting all over himself for almost 40 fucking...
All right, that's one.
Yeah, they call him the pants shitter.
That's one. All right, I got more for you. So this one right here, this guy's one of the chief, like, resistance liberal leaders.
I mean, look, even if Joe Biden isn't shitting his pants right now, he is definitely shitting the bed in terms of his campaign. He's definitely shitting he's definitely flushing his chances down the toilet right now with his fucking awful lack of policy involving Israel.
Brooklyn dad defiant. These guys are hilarious. But anyway, so he does a podcast with a guy who used to work on the...
I'm surprised that the boys at Pod Save America haven't gone down this rabbit hole. This seems like their kind of thing. It seems like a hashtag resistance sort of thing to...
The Apprentice, which was Donald Trump's biggest show, claim to fame. I mean, it was like to that point in his life, it was without a doubt the most successful out of anything he'd ever done. Because remember, he had Trump vodka, he had Trump steaks, he had all these different things, and he went bankrupt in a number of them. I mean, his businesses went bankrupt at the time at least 6 times, and the Celebrity Apprentice was the thing where he got paid well, and it was just like an unmitigated success, right? Well, here's somebody who used to work on the show. Listen to this.
What's the deal?
Yeah, Ashley, I want to believe.
This
I
is
want to believe.
The main question I need to know. What's the deal with...
I want to believe in the unidentified farting object that is Donald Trump. Press a button.
Yeah, because she is a grandmother. She is, I think, younger than me, but she is a grandmother. Mm-hmm. She later blamed everything on the fact that her date was a Democrat, and I guess he must have been a bad influence on her or something. But this is not a story that she will be living down anytime soon. And to demonstrate, here's the Daily Beast this week.
Representative Lauren Boebert packed her own bullhorn for a Wednesday trip to George Washington University, where protesters continue to occupy a liberation camp that they erected in support of Gazans nearly a week ago. But she didn't pack her running shoes. Otherwise, she might have been able to get away from the heckling students repeatedly shouting Beetlejuice at her.
Yes!
What?
You need to be careful or he'll show up. They say it too many times.
Yeah.
I hit the wrong button.
Exactly 3 times.
Each student can only say it.
I hit the wrong button. Let's finish this up. We'll finish this Trump story. What else do I have on deck for you? Brianna arguing with Robbie. We'll see if Robbie shits his pants, maybe. And then, of course, as always, wait, I've got this somewhere. The story about actual Justice Warrior versus the Majority Report.
You can't have it both ways.
But oh my God, sorry, the wrong order. Let's finish this up first.
Diaper rumors.
That's true. Sorry to cut you off.
When you say it's true, like on a scale of like 1 to 10, I definitely absolutely know.
Witnessed, bro. Witnessed him soiling himself in a rage, sitting there on the Apprentice set, Celebrity Apprentice set.
This is what they're saying. They're saying that it was known as the shit show. That the staff that the crew for The Apprentice like referred to The Apprentice as the shit show because of Donald's habits of.
Because he can't read. Same thing. He flew into a rage over the word arbitrage one time. Okay. Yeah. Soils himself, has to go off set, gets cleaned up by Keith Schiller. Keith's nickname was Wet Wipes. Okay. The crew called it the shit show. Sorry to curse, but can you imagine being the boom operator? You're wearing your headphones, holding the mic above him, and you hear that? He did it.
Look, I'd rather be the boom operator than like somebody that has to stand behind him, right? That would be the nightmare, right? I would rather hear it than smell it. That's my take.
The Oval Office. There's a clip of him doing it with the Turkish president, right? Erdogan. I always say his name wrong. It's not a hard.
Erdogan.
Yeah, and the Feinstein and Dianne Feinstein, and they're sitting there in the Oval Office.
Oh yeah, we saw that one. We saw that one.
And he clearly, has some kind of.
I mean, I don't know what that sound was, right? There's other ones, like the ones that I just showed you, obviously. Like, right, that's not a real fart. That's a soundboard. But the Dianne Feinstein one, it seemed real. And look, you could say that Dianne Feinstein didn't react, but you also got to realize Dianne Feinstein was on death's door. I don't even know if Dianne Feinstein realized she was on television at the time. She was out of it.
Movement, but you can, and you see them look like they hear it, but you can look up videos.
The person to the right of Trump looked like he was reacting. Dianne Feinstein, not so much.
Viewers can look it up, and you'll find photos of him with the outline of Depends. And I'll tell you why he wears that, because speed addiction makes you incontinent.
Is this true? Can anybody confirm this? I've never heard of this. Is this true?
Opiates make you the opposite, make you constipated.
Oh, I've heard that.
Right? So he eats fast.
Is this true?
Food all day and meatloaf, like that's all he ever eats. Sorry for the graphics. And then he snorts speed, and he's almost 70 years old at the time. He's in his mid 60s, so he just lets it rip, and you never know. So you got to have some insurance against the shark.
I'm just imagining Donald Trump like with a big pan of meatloaf, right? And he's got like a knife and a fork there, and he's like, fuck it, and he just grabs in with his hand into the meatloaf, pulls some out, and just like that's what I imagine Trump eating like.
And that depends.
So look, I will say this: the speed thing is definitely true because, and you could see this. Remember that very famous Trump tweet where
we got some confirmation on this, chat. Is this real?
Cinco de Mayo, and he had the taco bowl.
Stimulants are a laxative. This is true.
You could see behind him.
Wait, does that mean if I get on ADHD meds that I'll be making extra sounds on the mic for you? Oh my god, chat. I don't know about this. I probably need to be on ADHD meds, but now I'm worried. What about Vyvanse? Is Vyvanse okay? Not sure, but back in the day, Coke was famously cut with baby laxative. No! It's real! It's real. Chat's telling me this is real. This is what I know. His diet is low in fiber, high in fat. Loose stools are not that surprising. Loose and greasy. Like, he's probably not digesting all the fat in his diet. He's probably got the greasy float. He's got the floaters, chat. ADHD meds do not do that to me. Good. Same planet where the Brock brags about his Voss PP because what? Breaking a workout to pee is weak. Big buff boys don't take breaks. That is some old school lifting. That is some bro science right there. I don't know. You could be right, though. Gym bros do some weird stuff from time to time. And if one gym bro says, like, this will help you on your workouts, then 12 other gym bros will try it out. I can confirm opiates do constipate. One time I was smoking and eating fish with a bunch of other guys at a poker game. It got really nasty. Yeah, loose and greasy, right? And like cut with laxatives. They probably put laxatives in his fast food when they see him coming by. Like, what do you think, chat? Trump's the kind of guy that, like, look, I feel like usually allegations of fast food workers adulterating food are not true. All right, for the most part, right? If you're working that job, you need that job, and you're not gonna risk it for the biscuit by putting a little, a little. What is it, like a name of a laxative? Like, you're not gonna be putting laxatives in. Yeah, you're not gonna be adulterating people's food. But I will say that with somebody like Trump, I mean, he's got to be like the worst customer ever. He's got to be the biggest Karen that you've ever seen. Like, Donald Trump, I bet, probably has gotten his food messed with at some point. Like, it's hard not to. It's like a person with a punchable face. You assume that at some point they've actually gotten punched.
His drawer was a little open, and you see a lot of this very specific version of Sudafed that at the time came from the UK.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
US had taken out the active ingredient in Sudafed that made
X-Lax. That's what it's called. X-Lax.
It was like speed. It was a massive upper. The US took that ingredient out, but the UK kept it in. And so he had the UK version of Sudafed, which is a massive upper. He had that right behind him. And then, of course, there's the famous debate with Hillary Clinton where
I'm peachy. I need to be eating celery.
he keeps snorting and sniffing. Go back and watch it.
Oh, I remember that. I remember okay, here's my question. Is there just so much shit with Trump that like it's like down the memory hole? Is that what the deal is? Is this why he's the Teflon Don? Is this why nothing sticks to the guy? It's because he's constantly onto another scandal, and even something like snorting and sniffing and sounding like, you know, he's got a massive, coke, he's on a massive coke binge. Is that just something that just like water off a duck's back after it happens because he's onto something else?
Like, that part's not in doubt. That part is not in question. The things I just told you are facts. And so I have no doubt he takes some sort of upper on a...
Yeah, Bad Lefty. I knew one chef in particular when I was waiting tables, okay? And this guy was my buddy, right? We were a team. Like we would do the overnight shift, and you bond with people when you're on the overnight shift, right? You tend to excuse maybe some things that you shouldn't excuse when you're on the overnight shift. But if I was ever to tell him that somebody was like a vegan, he would literally put grease in whatever or like a vegan or a vegetarian or anything, any kind of special diet. If I was like, yeah, this person wants blah, blah, blah. So I would have to like order it in a certain way so that he didn't know that if he got the feeling that the diner was being picky, that the customer was being picky, he would actually fuck with their food. And he didn't care. He didn't give a fuck, chat. He did not give a single fuck. So yeah, I had to be really careful with Steve, because I knew that if somebody got like their shit fucked with in a way that made them sick or they reacted to, I'd be the one to get blamed, not Steve. Nobody would, keep track of the fact that Steve was in the kitchen at the time, but it was going to be my fault. So I had to handle, because like, right, I don't want to piss him off. I mean, he's cooking for me. You don't want to have a pissed off cook when you're waiting tables. That's the worst thing in the world, is a pissed off cook.
Regular basis. Right? I have no doubt about that part. The rest of it, I'm gonna let y'all decide what you think, right? But I got another one for you before we give our conclusion.
The diapers is not a joke. It depends. Diaper Don is trending, but it's based in reality. He would often soil himself on The Apprentice set.
Of course this is Midas Touch. Of course this is Midas Touch. And look, Midas Touch, I'll be honest, this is my favorite part of your content.
Continent, from all the speed, all the Adderall he does, the cocaine that he's done for decades, all that stuff has a laxative, and it has an effect on your bowels, and his are uncontrollable. He's worn diapers since probably the 90s, but I saw it firsthand in the 2000s on Celebrity Apprentice and late 2000s, and we'd have to stop the show and change
the shit show, you mean?
Change him, and that was Keith Schiller's job.
And change him. See, this is the part I don't believe. Was there really a guy named Keith Schiller? Why would you say his name? Why would you out this guy? Like, right? Why are you like that? This is like, you're literally, do you hate Keith Schiller? Like, you could say some dude. There was a particular employee whose task it was to wipe him down, right? Just, that's all you need to say.
He would take him off set. He would wipe him down. Our nickname for Keith was Wet Wipes.
What?
It's happened several
times. You're a meanie butt. He's a meanie butt. He's mean to Keith Schiller. I don't know who Keith Schiller is, but
times. And you've seen it happen while he's in office. You've seen he was in the Oval Office with Erdogan, and you could clearly hear.
Can nobody pronounce Erdogan's name?
Hear him sort of evacuating himself. He did it in front of Senator Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein, at a press conference. So he does.
Bro, are you lying? Are you fucking lying? I feel like I'm being lied to. This guy's like lying to me with the straightest face of all. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
And he almost sits there like
I want to believe. I absolutely I have very motivated reason to believe you that Donald Trump shits himself constantly, but I think I'm being lied to. Yeah, justice for Keith, right? Chat Alpha, justice for Keith. What did Keith Schiller do to get on your bad side?
Unaware of it, and one time I saw Ivanka have to go kind of whisper in his ear, and then Keith came and took him off stage. He'll also do it in a rage, and this is where it gets really drug related.
If I was Ivanka, I probably would have kicked Trump by now. Like, right, with a high heel, I probably would have kicked him. I can't imagine, especially the shit that he says about her. Oh my God, chat. He would be lucky if I was Ivanka for me not to have, need him in a special place. Like, right, I wouldn't put up with that shit. If my dad said shit like that, oh my God, my dad would get his ass kicked, chat. My dad would like this would be like payback for this would be like payback for all the punishment when I was a child, right?
He'll start to freak out. You know, one time there was the word arbitrage on a cue card, and he started screaming that the script department was setting him up. You're setting me up. And
I mean, look, they do seem to have their story straight. We're hearing multiple sources kind of confirm the same story. So if this is true, if this is not true, this is like coordinated. What does this say about Donnie Jr.? Has he ever hit on Donnie Jr.? He fucking says inappropriate shit about Ivanka.
Out and then very loudly evacuated his bowels, and you could smell it, and the guy who was holding the boom mic, was tearing up. So
like, look, seriously, like my dad wouldn't ever say anything like that. He would never do anything like that. But if he did, I would make sure to shut him up. I would make sure that the first time he said anything like that, even as a joke, was the last time that he said that. Like, I don't know. We have this relationship in our family, like, right, where, we're very physical in a sense, in a pugilistic sense, right? And yeah, he would get fucking, he would be on the floor. He would be on the floor puking, right? Serious. I'm sorry, chat. This is too much.
The SHIT show came from. That was the crew nickname for Celebrity Apprentice. So when you hear Diaper Don, it's not a joke. He tries to hide it. I'll give you one more fact. If you look up the video of him when he was doing the WWF thing, he tackles a guy on the ground outside of the ring, and you can clearly see the outline of the Depends in his pants. And that was back in the early 90s. So he's lost control of his bowels. He's lost control of his brain. That's who he is, Diaper Don.
Goddamn. All right, so they mentioned a number of different instances there. Look, there are times where you look at his pants and they fit really weird, and there are some times where...
Yeah, Starry VR, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I think that if anybody... Because most of us grow up with a lot of shame when it comes to, especially pooping your pants or farting, in public, right? We get a lot of shame. We get that trained into us by our parents, by our classmates, by everyone. But the one kind of person that might not have that, the one kind of person that might not have ever, felt shame, that might have so much privilege that they just like completely missed that socialization, it would be somebody like Trump. Not that Trump is particularly rich, right? I don't even know if he's actually a billionaire, but I know that he's never been wanting for cash. He's never been anywhere close to right. He's always been wealthy, not necessarily the wealthiest. He likes to claim that he's, the greatest fucking genius of real estate. None of that's true. He lost a lot of money in Atlantic City. He lost a lot of, he's made some really bad deals before, and he's lost a lot of money. And there's a good chance he's in hock to, as much as people are like, oh, Russiagate, Russiagate. You think the guy's not in hock to Russia? Where do you think his money comes from? Where do you think he's getting loans from? Because this dude is not solvent, but he still gets to live that lifestyle. He's still privileged. He's still connected, and he uses those connections to keep himself flush. But yeah,
you could see him, a picture from the side or like a back angle where he's walking by, where you're like, why is homeboy so thick, man? He's thick. He's got thick ass legs. And look, I would play the WWE one for you, but they knock you immediately on copyright, so I can't play.
Oh, they will fuck us. Yeah, they'll fuck me too.
That, but according to him, he says you can see the outline of the Depends in his pants very clearly when he's doing that. But I'll give you this one. This one is not copyrighted.
I don't know. It's probably Saudi and Russia.
This was the very famous Dianne Feinstein moment that I want to play for you. This was referenced multiple times by those different people who worked on The Apprentice.
So today we're here in a
okay, I want to see this.
Fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless violence. It can be...
Wait a minute.
So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless violence.
Okay, now that actually sounds like a squeaky chair. Wait, we saw this clip before, or we saw a clip of this scene. That's Asa Hutchinson. That's Dianne Feinstein. That particular sound does sound like a squeaky chair.
Violence, it can be ended.
That does not sound like a squeaky chair. That sounds like a fart. Not necessarily a wet one, but a fart nonetheless.
So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion.
I'm not saying it's not wet either. Oh, she does look like she's reacting.
To show leadership in
It's hard to tell, though.
an effort to end this senseless violence.
Okay, so the way that he stops does make me think that he's self-conscious there. He gets panicky. Yeah, you're right, FG. He gets panicky after that sound. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't sound like a fart, though. Like, that first sound doesn't sound like a fart. The second sound that they make, yeah, probably a fart. We gotta know about Donald Trump's farts, chat. I'm gonna become, that'll be my second claim to fame. That's what the Majority Report will bring me on to talk about. When they have a question about Donald Trump's farts, they'll be like, she's a Vosh expert and she's also a Donald Trump gastrointestinal expert.
It can be ended.
All right, look. So I'll tell you.
I'll be so proud of like having that be my internet claim to fame.
What's on this? I believe that he takes uppers all the time part. I definitely believe that because I thought that for a long time. There's a lot of
I mean, he's got to be on something.
The shit himself part. The reason why I'm really skeptical is just this very simple fact that they keep bringing up. Both of those guys who worked on The Celebrity Apprentice kept bringing up, like, oh yeah, this guy's job was to wipe him. We called him wet wipes or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, if they hate the guy's guts, right? They're going to give him a nickname like that, and they're going to make fun of him on... Because you don't have to mention his name. You literally do not have to mention his name.
Like, whatever that dude's name is who did that, allegedly. And I was thinking, like, if you're a grown-ass man, and you're wearing Depends, and you shit yourself, you're sharting on a regular basis, bro. The last thing you would ever do is have somebody be in the room with you involved with the whole cleanup process. You'd be like, yo, I'm on my own on this one. Lock the door with 3 padlocks. And I'll take care of all this by myself. If I'm sharting up a storm, dog.
I don't know. The way they're talking about him makes it sound like he can't take care of himself. Makes him sound like he just has these kind of habits and he can't help himself. And that Ivanka's having to prompt him, but of like, you know, Dad, you can't sit in here with your fucking dirty diaper. You got to go get cleaned up, Dad. Get the fuck out of here, right? She's got to jab him and get him to fucking clean himself up or get cleaned up, right? It makes it sound like he probably lacks the dexterity to clean himself. What would that be on? Would that be agility in Fallout New Vegas? Does agility like allow you to?
You bet your ass cheeks, no pun intended, that nobody's gonna know.
Kyle is having way too much fun with this, and I am too.
I'm gonna be in the bathroom cleaning it up myself. I will straight up burn the evidence. I mean, the idea that you would have somebody wiping you as a grown-ass man when he's a...
The only way that makes sense is if somehow he has proved incapable of wiping himself before. Just like I've proved incapable of warning you that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch right now, you're about to get that like any second now. You have very little time to save yourself from that. How do you save yourself from that? Well, if you've got Prime, you can get a free sub. You can use it on my channel, and that'll get you out of the ad break. You can also pay $5. There it is now. There it is now. There's the ad break. There's the ad break. I don't know if it's a 10 out of 10, Sisyphean. I was just way late on that. Like, I literally waited till the last minute to even mention it, right? They all got sucked into the ad break. I'm such a failure, chat. Like, I'm not even doing I'm supposed to do the calls to action. I'm supposed to let you know that if you're watching me on shorts, that there's a very particular way to like the stream, that I have to come up here and point to these 3 little dots. Right now, if you're watching me on the regular stream, I'm just pointing to Kyle. It doesn't make much sense, right? There's nothing on Kyle. There's nothing right here if you're on the wide stream, but if you're on the vertical stream, there is something possibly right there. And it's 3 little dots. You hit those, you open up a dialogue. You can hit like, you can hit dislike. You can make me very happy. You can make me very sad. It's your choice, chat. My fate is up to you. So I'm just letting you know that that's where it is, in case you were wondering. The other thing you can do if you don't see those 3 little dots up there is maybe tap the screen and hold it, right? I think that works like a like. I think it's just like on TikTok. You can like it that way. But I'm not sure. I've never done it myself, so. The master of the stool. Wait, what is it? The groom of the stool, right? The man who cleaned the king after he took a dump was the groom of the stool. And that was always confusing to me because it's like, are you married to the stool?
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading
radicals. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button, which is probably right down there. I'm guessing if you're watching me on shorts, right? If you're watching me on regular, you know where the subscribe button is. You can hit that, right? And like, yeah, the likes help a lot, right? The thumb army is powerful. I appreciate that kind of support. I know some of you out there cannot support me in any sort of financial way. So asking you to, become a member, asking you to weasel up is just kind of out of the question. And if you got to take care of yourself first, take care of yourself first, right? However, if you can afford to help out, super chats, memberships, like not only do these help me keep going financially, not only does this help keep the stream, coming to you uninterrupted, making sure that I'm able to pay things like the electric bill and the internet bill and all that other stuff. I literally was only able to pay rent this month thanks to the support on Patreon. But it also expands our Weasel army. When you weasel up, right? When you get a membership, you become a part of the Weasel army. When you pay that forward by buying gift memberships for others, you are literally doing the work of recruiting to the Weasel army. And I appreciate that greatly. I love hearing what you have to say through super chats. It will interrupt me. I will warn you of that, but don't think that I'm going to get mad about that, right? It's like, it's just something that I have to deal with, and I love dealing with it. In fact, I need to make sure that my alerts are in the right place so that you actually see that. What is it? YouTube alerts need to come up here and be over that. There's the Twitch alerts. Where's that browser? Yeah, YouTube alerts need to be over browser 5. There we go. So yeah, much appreciated. Much appreciation for all the support that I get, whether it's through super chat, super stickers, whether it is on Twitch through becoming a member of the Weasels of the World yourself, or through passing on the Weasel to other people through gift sub, whether it's through bits or on Patreon, or directly. You can check down in the description. I have a PayPal link, a CashApp link, as well as a Throne link and a Patreon link. I appreciate all that support, and yeah, it's only because I've got a team behind me. It's only because I got you behind me, Weasels of the World, that I'm able to do this in the first place. So I just gotta thank everybody for the support. And remember, thumbs count too. Thumbs are huge.
Mega wealthy celebrity, like obviously that wouldn't happen, right? So look, I'll leave it up to all you guys, whatever you think happened, but I love the Resistance liberals are awesome. Oh, they come up with some of the best stuff. It's so creative too, right?
I don't know.
Say this to the Resistance liberals.
What do you think, chat? Do the Resistance liberals come up with great stuff?
If they had just dropped that thing about the person wiping him and like changing him.
Yeah, Starry, bunnies are valid too.
I think you may be dealing with a story that's so powerful and there's enough truth in it where everybody would be like, oh yeah, Trump shits himself on the regular. Like right now, the Resistance liberals are all in on that. But
Bad Lefty says they suck. This is a fluke. Look, I was disappointed by the Lincoln Project did a commercial based on the idea that Trump wears a diaper, and I thought it could have been funnier. I feel like, here's the deal. If you're going to make a joke about somebody, if you're going to make somebody into a joke, you can't be mad at them when you do it. In the Lincoln Project, they were mad at him when they did it. They were like, you got to be, aloof if you want to be a joker, okay? Otherwise, you're just Batman. And Batman is never aloof. That's why Batman is like the only superhero who doesn't fly. He's got to have his Batarang. He's got to have all his rich person toys in order to make himself feel like a superhero, but he's not really a superhero. He's just like a try-hard rich guy, really, right?
I think normie world is sort of like, come on, he doesn't shit himself. Don't be ridiculous. Y'all were close. Y'all were close to absolutely nailing it. But me, I'm gonna go with like.
Wait, Francesca was like was ground floor on this thing? Was ground floor on the Trump dump story?
65-35 against. I don't think Trump is regularly shitting himself. But do I...
Here's what I think. I think that there's too much smoke for there not to be fire in his pants. All right? Right? Maybe some of those times he didn't shit himself. All right? But there's no chance that he's never done that. He's I would buy into the depends thing right before I would buy into the idea that in any specific time he shit himself, right? I would buy into the idea that he's protecting himself from the possibility of shitting himself before I would be like, oh no, definitely he's rocking the, one
of those old dudes.
He's rocking the poopy butt in that clip, right?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I feel like this one is fair, to be honest. Who among us doesn't know an old guy who shot themselves? Yeah, there's no way that he never did it. There's no way. Francesca's been saying this for years, but I don't know if she ever said it in all this detail. Yeah, apparently, I mean, there are people that claim that that's true.
Who, as you just saw in this Dianne Feinstein clip, homie will just rip ass like nobody's business and act like nothing happened. I'm sure you've all seen old people like that, right? Where they'll just be like... They'll just be talking to you and
chat. I can't do it. I can't do it. I got grommets.
And you're like, the fuck? And they just act like nothing happened. They just keep talking to you, or they...
Yeah, that's the granddad thing. They just, like, no shame.
Keep talking to somebody else, or... they'll even pause to let it rip, and then they'll just keep talking like nothing happened. Is he one of those? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely he is. So, I don't know.
Chat, I was famous in my school for being able to make fart sounds out of, like, more parts of my body that were not my butt than, like, anybody else. Like, I had the armpits, but I also had the knee pits. I had the hand fart, I could do the hand fart. I could do the ear fart, right? All of these parts of my body that are not my butt could make fart sounds. And I was pretty, I wish I could say that made me popular. I think it kind of had the opposite effect. Nobody was as impressed as I was with myself. He talks enough tactless shit. My favorite though are the knee pit farts, right? They're squeaky, they're high pitched, they're wonderful. They're like, it's like ASMR. I feel like I could do the knee pit fart ASMR.
Guys, go to town in the comment section. We did a very important investigation here as to whether or not Donald Trump shits himself on a regular basis.
Your clipping variant? Hey, I wish people would clip me. We need those clips. Those clips would help out a lot. That makes it so much easier, especially if you clip me over on Twitch. I should do a tutorial sometime. Like showing you, maybe I'd make a clip of myself, right? And show you how to do it on Twitch. Just like, because it's a little hard, but it is the best clipping app that I've seen so far. Definitely better than YouTube's.
I want to know what all you think.
Okay, well, we're done with the farts today. I think we're good.
Whether or not homie is shitting himself on the regular.
I think we've had enough of the Twitch is tough to make clips on. Is it easier on YouTube? Really? I just haven't messed around with YouTube very much. I just know that Twitch, it's easy for me to take a Twitch clip and turn it into like a YouTube short or a TikTok or something. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Sisyphean. I had all these like weird clips of me that people had taken, and I was like, what are you doing? How is this a clip? And it was because people were doing it by accident. YouTube Shorts tutorial? Ooh, whoa, I could do that too. What if I become one of those channels that like tells you how to, one of those creator channels? I feel like it would get in the way. We never have enough of silly Irene. Oh, thank you. This is surreal in the exact way that Rock Story made me feel. It's like, is this person real life or trying to gaslight me into believing that poop pants is not concerning, but actually very dope? I mean, yeah, it's like there isn't there like an Adam Sandler thing where he does that? He's like, "Oh, poop in your pants is the coolest. Everybody I know poops their pants." You think I think Twitch is better, but either my timing is off by a few seconds. Oh, yeah. The annoying thing to me about Twitch is that sometimes I make the perfect clip and I'm so impressed. I'm like, this starts right where I want it to start. It ends right where I want it to end. And then when I look at it, when I work with it, I'm like, wait, it's cutting off a word. It's cutting off the first part of the first word, or it's cutting off the last part of the last word. And I'm just like, why? Because I had it so perfect. I lined it up exactly. And then somehow Twitch fucks it up. Like they fuck everything up. They can try to fart back, but they can just shit their pants. I will call them out on public. Braden says, I never poop my pants because I don't wear clothes. Oh, that's an easy hack right there. That is one weird hack that that clothes experts don't want you to know about. You don't have to wear clothes. Okay, so we got what promises to be a spicy debate between Brianna and Robbie Suave. The other thing that I want to make sure to bring up for you today is, let's see.
D Wax Shellac says, have you guys seen Sean Actual Justice Warrior's take on MR's views?
That's coming up, chat. That's coming up. That's coming up. But we're gonna yeah, right after this we're gonna do, okay, yeah, what are we like, where are we in the stream? We are 2 hours and 15 minutes into it. We'll just really quickly get through Brianna versus Robbie, and then we'll move on to the main story of the day, the deep dive investigation into who is Actual Justice Warrior, how racist is he, and why does he have a hate boner for the Majority Report? Why is he waving it in the air? Why is he like this? Robbie Suave! Oh my god. This is unfair to Robbie. Like, he's gonna get sick of being owned by Brianna. The last, like, I don't know, 10 debates that I've seen between them is just her fucking dog walking him. And it's so beautiful. They can try and fart back, but they can just shit their pants. Wait, I already read that. Oh my god, but it said poop on it, so I had to click it. I had to clip it. Wipe your ass with them? Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna try to do some Fallout New Vegas content today. Don't let big clothes trap you in their textile prisons. Follow Braden for more life hacks. Yeah, I think so. It's a famous Emma-ism. Wait, what is unfair to Robbie is a famous, is the duck in here? I haven't seen duck today. Is duck just not popping up into my Twidget window? For some reason, like, we got like several filters. Like, one filter is whether you show up in top chat or whether you show up in live chat. One filter is whether you show up at all, because I've had, you know, cool chatters that like get like, I don't know, they get in YouTube prison where they're not allowed to type more than like 3 characters, or else they their chat disappears. And then another level is you show up in top chat, but you somehow don't show up in Twidget, and I don't even know what that is. Because the worst is when somebody super chats and it doesn't show up in Twidget. If that ever happens, chat, if a super chat happens and I don't get to it, like it doesn't make the because like it should be making like a noise like this at the very least, right? But if that ever happens and I don't acknowledge it, let me know, because I'm not trying to ignore anybody's super chat. I appreciate those. Those keep me going, and I'll like just like both on a monetary level in terms of being able to, you know, dedicate as much time as I do to stream and try to provide you with quality shit at least 4 times a week. I feel like we're doing 5 or 6 times a week these days, right? You're getting you're eating good, a lot of 8-hour streams, you know, when it needs it, right? When we need to get to the bottom of something, I stay on for 8 hours, and I'm only able to do that from all the support that I get out there. Also, there's like a psychological aspect to that too. Like, it lets me know that people are out there appreciating what I'm doing. It lets me know that the Weasel Gang has got my back, and it gives me all this false confidence that, you know, if you want to see me take on more shitheads like Actual Justice Warrior, Chud Logic, Destiny, whoever, you know, it's not easy. Like, it's not easy to have that kind of self-confidence, but chat, you give me the self-confidence through your support. And even if it's just hitting that like button, that support is felt in my heart. So let's see what is going on between Robbie and Brianna, the perennial debate. There's Robbie.
And the school
He's such a weirdo.
administration.
He's like a cartoon. Is he like a cartoon, chat? Oh, wait. Do I need to show you something before Robbie? I don't know why. I don't know why Robbie's you know, weird expression reminded me of this, but before you ask, what has George Santos been doing? I'll tell you.
Hey, Club Condo. It's your favorite, Katara. After 18 years in the closet, George Santos pulled me back out. Whatever. Anyway, I hear you're a bunch of little freaks out there and you love to dance all night long like it's nobody's business. You know what? You gotta elevate it. Gotta make it more risque. You gotta make it more fun. Where's the zhush? I have an advice for you. How about
I'm here for the zhush.
put some wigs on, get some boas, and go have real fun.
More Republicans need to do this.
Let's see who whips your hair faster, you know, side to side, whatever. But y'all gotta stop being boring. Dave essentially thinks you're boring because he wants you all to be more risque. Mwah. All the love. I hope y'all enjoy it. Hey, Club Condo. It's your favorite, Katara. After 18 years in the closet,
Where's the zhush?
pulled me back out. Whatever. Anyway, I hear you're a bunch of little freaks out there and you love to dance all night long like it's nobody's business. You know what? You gotta elevate it. Gotta make it more risque. You gotta make it more fun.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not like a huge fan of drag shows, right? I remember always going to clubs where a drag show got in the way of me dancing. Like, I'm dancing, I'm having a good time, I'm feeling myself, and then there's a drag show and you gotta move to the side and let the drag queens have the floor. And I was always pissed off by that. I was always like, you know, but like, honestly, if there was a drag show with like Katara hosting it, I think I would go. I think I would show up. I would show up for that. Club. Yeah, what is she saying? Club Condom?
Hey, Club Condo.
Club Condo. Why is it Club Condo?
It's your favorite, Katara. After 18 years in the closet, George Santos pulled me back out. Whatever. Anyway, I hear you're...
Is it just me, or do you... Like, I feel like Katara is more real than George Santos. Like, I really feel like... Anyway. Let's watch Robbie Suave, who doesn't know how to be fun, who's very boring.
Have broken down. President Manoush Shafiq said Monday that the university will not.
Now I can imagine like Robbie and drag, and it's like I need that.
Not divest funds from Israel, a main demand.
Is that real, chat? Am I just imagining this? Do you think that Robbie maybe ever like gets a feather boa and a wig and just like whips his hair from side to side? Am I just imagining? Is this just my imagination?
The organizers of the protest to dismantle.
I feel like Robbie should join Club Condo. Stop being so boring.
Before they're willing to dismantle the encampments and stop their protest. This news comes as more anti-war protesters are taking action across college campuses all over the country over the weekend. This includes schools such as Washington University in Missouri, Arizona State University, Northeastern University in Boston, to name just a few, joining all of these protests.
Wait, Robbie is literally the peak ideal form of Mormon men? Wait, is he Mormon? He is seen as the Messiah in Utah? What? He does kind of look like Mormon Jesus. But to me, Mormon Jesus always looks like he's from Malibu, right? Mormon Jesus, you know what I'm talking about, Chad? Have you seen Mormon Jesus? Mormon Jesus hits different, right? He's not the same. He doesn't look the same. They draw him different. And he definitely looks like a guy from like SoCal. Wonder if they're stupid deep in the closet behind those glasses and the normal tie.
Palestine and also pro-Israel counter demonstrations. President Donald Trump weighed in this morning, posting on Truth Social that it is time to stop the protests now. He said that in all caps.
Now, since
shut up.
Demonstrations over Israel's campaign in Gaza started at Columbia, rallies and encampments have sprouted on dozens of college campuses throughout the United States, both private and public. And the number of arrests nationwide approached 900 per the Associated Press.
It's over 900.
It's not just arrest. Indiana University defended law enforcement after rooftop snipers trained guns on college students. As more than 50 students were arrested there. Snipers were also spotted at Ohio State University, evoking the tragic Kent State killings, which of course resulted in the death of 4 student protesters, including 3 Jewish student protesters. A pro-Israel protester at UCLA yesterday spit on a...
Ew, what a nasty dude. They caught him in mid-lug, though. Like, look at that. Look at that nasty dude. Look at him.
A pro-Palestine protest.
Ew, you were nasty. Wait, he was dropping the N-word too?
Protester calling him a bitch ass N-word. Pretty shocking.
Definitely a Destiny fan.
Turn of events. One of the most viral stories of the weekend involved an allegation that a pro-Palestine protester at Northeastern had shouted, "Kill the Jews," which prompted Northeastern to clear the Gaza Solidarity encampment. However, as has been happening in several of these cases, videos subsequently emerged that confirmed eyewitness testimony by NPR Boston's Tori Bedford that it was in fact a pro-Israel counter-protester holding an Israeli flag that had shouted the hateful statement.
Yeah, so they're shouting it like they're shouting it and saying that this is what the protesters are saying, but it's like they're literally saying it. They're literally saying the anti-Semitic thing, like to try to. And then what happens? The protest gets shut down because the supposedly pro-Israel side is out there saying like weird anti-Semitic shit to own the kids, to own the protesters.
As a provocation. Video also emerged showing police tasing a black student on the University of Georgia's campus late last week, who had already been restrained and was on the ground, seemingly immobilized. And students weren't the only ones subjected to this kind of state violence. Emory professor Carolyn Folan was tackled violently to the ground by police after she tried to verbally intervene on behalf of a student that was being roughhoused by cops. She was later charged with a battery against a police officer. The video, which you can see here, doesn't seem to suggest that happened.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! I said,
It feels like he's trying to pull her towards the walkway, right? Because there's a big difference between whether you go down on the ground, especially where your head is, right? Versus go down on the grass. And he is seeming to, it looks like he's trying to maneuver her. So I don't know, chat. Is that a sidewalk? I think it's a sidewalk. No, they're literally rubbing her face on the fucking concrete. What the fuck? Oh, there's her glasses. Okay, we gotta go. Yeah. Like, I don't know how bad this is gonna get, but we got the idea, and you know, Twitch is very sensitive about what I show you as far as violence.
In Charleston, West Virginia over the weekend with apparently no police presence whatsoever. Green Party candidate Jill Stein was arrested on Saturday while protesting at the on the campus of the University of Washington in St. Louis in Missouri after she was assaulted by the police with a bicycle in disturbing footage. Speaking to Al Jazeera English following the attack, this is what she had to say.
Not that far into it, the police basically attacked us and assaulted us as well as arrested us. It's very clear that there's been an outrageous tradition of violence against Palestinians from the get-go. So Zionism is something that needs to be debated.
Wait, Duck is in a love hotel? Is this real?
She also said that anti-Zionism does not mean being anti-Semitic. Jill Stein, obviously a Jewish woman herself and a presidential candidate for 2020.
Oh my God, chat. Can I tell you a really weird story that with hopefully no identifying details? Okay. So, I think I was 17 and, my dad took me on a trip where we drove around like a very picturesque part of the country that neither of us had ever seen before, right? It was in the West somewhere, right? Just a very, very nice, beautiful drive. And we're just checking out the scenery mostly, right? It wasn't like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like a vacation where it's like you're going to go to a place and, you know, it's not like going to the beach or going to, you know, it's just like a kind of like, you know, check out, you know, place that you've never been, right? But then when we were looking for a place to sleep, like when we were looking for a hotel, my dad somehow finds like a hotel with like, I mean, I don't know if it was a love hotel. Like, I don't know who actually goes there and stuff. I don't know if it was like, but it had all the iconography, like, and I'd never seen a place like this before. I feel like I've seen it in like Dumb and Dumber. There's like a love hotel, right? There's like a legit like hotel that's like got hearts and Valentines and it's like supposed to be for like lovers and stuff like that. So like the first place my dad tries to stop is a place like that. And I know, like, he was just like, you know, it's the kind of thing where you're on the highway. There's not a lot of places to stop. He found a place, you know, he's like, okay, hotel here, let's go in. And he starts to book the room. And I'm just like, Dad, what are you doing? And he's like, what? And I'm like, do you see the sign outside? Like, do you want, like, for them to call the cops or something? Do you see what this looks like, Dad? Do you see what this fucking looks like, right? And he got so fucking embarrassed. I was like, seriously, like, let's go anywhere. Like, I don't care what the fuck. I don't care. Like, the shittiest motel in the world is like better than this. Like, please, like, we're like, we're not stopping here. This is like, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know why he didn't get that. But like, yeah, it's like more, you know, dangerous to him and what he looks like if he's you know, taking me to a you know, if we're staying in a place, like staying in the same room of a place like that. That's anyway I had to correct his mistake there.
24 with these
oblivious dads. Yeah, he's a freaking oblivious dad.
To the protest. My view is that it's increasingly difficult for those who would want to discredit the protest to characterize the student protesters themselves as violent when they are being met with such overwhelming violence from the state in the name of keeping peace. What do you make of it?
Look, I think a lot of the video footage we saw over the last couple of days is very bad, is very concerning. I think sending the police after protesters is a very dubious thing to do, given the protests we've seen thus far not being.
Are these places cheaper, Bad Lefty? Is that the deal? Was he just being cheap? I don't remember like the price of that place versus the price of the Econo Lodge or wherever we ended up sleeping, but
characterized particularly by violence, being characterized perhaps by violating university policies with respect to if there are encampments for too long in places that they're not allowed to do that. Those are academic matters, and I think dealing with them academically is fine. But yes, wrestling people to the ground, That kind of thing.
Training snipers on them?
Is escalating matters and is not what we want to see, because obviously we must protect the robust tradition of free expression and of protest. Even you don't have to agree with what they're saying, even if you do characterize the protest as anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So you've heard this from a lot of right wingers, right? And sometimes it's like a backhanded insult, right? Like the way that Destiny, I think, said it yesterday was a way implying that, these protesters are fucking anti-Semitic as fuck, but you got to protect free speech. But like Robbie's like really just wants to make sure that like if the khaki crew out in Charlottesville wants to march and say, Jews will not replace us, right? The Tiki Torch crew wants to go and, say their anti-Semitic shit, that they got the right to do that. We can't possibly, but yeah, a lot of times it ends up being a way that they can sort of implicate the protesters as being anti-Semites while sounding like they support free speech, but also, kind of having that like Asmongold reaction where when they see protesters getting taken down, when they see encampments getting taken down, when they see, college professors, like, 60-year-old people getting just like handled very roughly by the cops, they're like, yeah, that's what you deserve. You thought you were going to protest. Haha.
That doesn't mean the protests are not allowed to take place. They're
seen the footage from Ole Miss.
If there is actual violence.
It's like Charlottesville all over again.
And we have not seen a lot of, you can say you've seen hateful messages or whatever you think you've seen, but have you seen violence? No, you haven't seen a lot of that. So I think what we're hearing from the counter reaction from police and from authority figures saying how to deal with it, I think a lot of what they're calling for.
See, I would check, I would look it up on, let me see if I can find it on Twitter, Shakespeare.
Not good. And frankly, I have seen be criticized by some people on the right who are saying, well, wait a minute. If the protests, if these protests result on police being sicked after them, the same thing could happen to our protests. If we're going to have I saw Richie Torres, who you criticized quite a lot by name on this show, him and someone else calling for, he's a Democratic congressman from New York, calling for like an anti-Semitism task force at the national level, I believe, which that idea I was seeing getting mocked by a lot of conservative figures. This is exactly the kind of DEI enshrinement type action that we are fighting against that results in free speech coming under attack. You cannot have the government weeding out people for wrongthink, including for anti-Semitism. If you think there's anti-Semitism, you can criticize it. You can use your free speech to fight it. We don't want the government enshrining into law more protected statuses, more task forces on college campuses. These have all been things that have damaged free speech without making the supposedly marginalized group any safer or better off.
And to be clear, this is so much more, this is not like a DEI issue. This is an effort to deputize basically the ADL to pay for its own censors on campus to administer what it thinks are incidences of anti-Semitism.
That's exactly what.
So, are we talking about at Ole Miss? We're talking about the frat boy that was making monkey noises at a black protester.
We call it DEI issue, but
well, no. This is not an internal organization making decisions about how it wants to staff itself or have what kind of student body it wants. That's a business. Many of these private universities where these DEI fights have been going down, making independent decisions about how they want to run things. This is a government actor aligning with the ADL, not in the interest of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but specifically to advance a political goal, which is maintaining silence on criticism of Israel. That is a very different thing. This is not about.
I don't think that's a very different thing.
Okay, well, you don't have to. I'm saying that I think it is, and this is why it's so pernicious, because this is a state-sponsored intervention into a private company, a private industry in the case of these.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I got it.
And trying to.
I got it.
Free speech by the students there and articulating any worldview that is critical of a foreign nation. That is Israel. This is so much bigger. I have my own criticisms of DEI. This is so much bigger and should be treated so much more seriously when you have a foreign state intervening in the ability to have speech in your own country, and be critical of speech of the actions and the.
To be fair, I wouldn't characterize this as a foreign nation. Like, I don't want to characterize this as like Israel pulling the strings, right? Like I said, the United States uses Israel. The United States views Israel as a chess piece on the in the grand game, and it is that is where the support comes. That is where the reaction wanting to shut down these protests come from, right? I wouldn't necessarily attribute that to Israel, because that's ignoring, you know, the forces of you know, essentially the United States official policy supports Israel and supports Israel's hostile and inhuman acts in Gaza. That's where it comes from. So this is the clip that everybody's talking about. Oh God, this is getting ugly right from the beginning. So here's the Palestinian side of the protest. You're hearing the other side, the counter protesters there on the other side of the barricade. This woman is filming.
Lizzo, 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 fuck you, fat ass, fuck you, and fuck you, bitch.
This is horrible. Okay, so there's what Shakespeare was talking about. The Jesus Christ, where do you even get clothes like this? Where do you even get this shit? Did you literally just cut up a flag and turn it into overalls? Isn't that like anti-patriotic or so? Isn't that like not how you're? There's like rules for the flag, right? You're not. And also, that's not 13 stripes. Like, what the fuck? That's not. Oh my God, chat. This is. She's not afraid of these assholes. And there's that asshole. Right, this is that guy. So they've identified his name. There's more people wearing those weird coveralls. It's not just one American flag coverall. But they identified the guy making the monkey sounds. They identified his frat, and his frat has said he is no longer a member. He's no longer a member. He's been kicked out of that fraternity. So yeah, if you're so racist, you get kicked out of a frat at Ole Miss. Well, you just might be an actual Justice Warrior fanboy. There's every chance that you're clicking on that channel for updates on the super mayor and how this black lady who's somehow a mayor is, you know, the worst person in the world. He's literally doing like the Brie Larson thing about a black mayor in Illinois. And we're gonna see that coming up. I'll have that for you right after the Robbie and Brianna debate, which, like, you know, it's kind of surprising. I was expecting to see more contention.
What's that?
Lock her up for what? Oh my God. This is not a good look for This is not a good look for Mississippi. This is not a good look for the South. This is not a good look for you know, Trump supporters. This is just. All right, so there you have it. Yo, what is this shit? Sorry, could you please point out what's racist here? What? What's racist here? Blue check coming in here. Biden's last brain cell. Oh, could you excuse me? I didn't see what was where was the race? I was told there was gonna be racism. I was really excited to see the racism, and I don't see any race. All I see is a kid making fucking monkey sounds at like. a protester who happens to be black? I don't know. Where's the racism, right? You're making a broad assumption that this college student is making, as some statements state below, monkey noises at the young woman. I would tread carefully in making those assumptions and would further encourage you to look back at the case of Nick Sandman and what happened. Okay, what are we even talking about? Does anybody know what he's talking about? Wow. Wow. Excuse me, I do not detect the racism in this particular situation. Could you please elucidate what you are talking about? All I see is some fine, upstanding Americans exercising their God-given right to protest those damn terrorist Palestine supporters and keep that off of their precious campus here at Ole Miss. All the tradition, all the heritage of Ole Miss being despoiled by this awful lady and her. Anyway. Sorry, Chad. I'll do. Let's get back to the debate.
Funding choices of a government to the tune of billions.
Oh shit! Was that Covington Catholic kid that squared up at? Yeah. So the truth about that protest, right? The thing that was missing that you didn't see at first was that the drummer actually did approach them, and to right wingers that's like, you know, like somehow it all became on like who approached who, and that's not really what the situation was about. The situation was the reason that clip went viral in the first place is because of that smug look that kid had on their face, and they had a smug look. They had a smug look on their face. They were there, you know, like the only thing you could say is that, like, look, Covington High School or whatever the fuck that Covington Academy, whatever that was called, like they literally, from what I've heard, take their students after school, right? So, you know, normal kids, you go home, you participate in sports, you participate in an after school club, you work on your homework. Nope, not Covington. Covington, you go and do a pro-life protest. They use you as just, you know, like you know, somebody to stand in on their protest, right? And then there was a lot of people there, including the drummer, right? But I don't know what the fuck they're trying to prove with the fact that, yeah, the drummer actually approached the kid. Yeah, no shit. I don't care. The kid is still a smug asshole. Like, I mean, I don't think you need to, like, you know, dox him or anything like that, but
dollars.
I don't really want to actually fight about this because we're agreeing on the effect being bad, but many people on the right would say that exactly that kind of intervention is why, like, that corporations and universities didn't just decide.
Bad Lefty says normal kids get high, yes, silly goose.
DEI sounds great.
Well, I was working on my homework.
They got there because it was forced on them by Title IX and Title VI and everything else that came out of civil rights law that required them to police their workplaces for sexism and.
What is he even talking about this point? She mentions like DEI. I don't know how we got here. I haven't been paying close enough attention.
Of the actions and the funding choices of a government to the tune of billions of dollars.
I don't really want to actually fight about this because we're agreeing on the effect being bad, but many people on the right would say that exactly that kind of intervention is why, like, that corporations and universities didn't just decide DEI sounds great. They got there because it was forced on them by Title IX and Title VI and everything else that came out of civil rights law that required.
When he says DEI, I don't even know what these assholes are talking about anymore.
Them to police their,
like, everything is DEI, CRT. You know, if you ever see a black person with a decent job, it's like, you know, these assholes are calling them diversity hires. Like, I don't know. It feels like just an excuse for you all to be racist again.
For sexism and racism, and then ended up enshrining this tremendous bureaucracy that violets.
Look, if you think laws that say it's illegal to discriminate against black people and women are the same thing as a law that says you're not allowed to say,
no, we're saying
criticize
that laws
Israel,
that do
then
that.
I don't need to fight with you about that.
We're saying that laws that sound like they're out to do that end up being used to settle political
scores. You've made it really clear that when segregation ended in the 1960s, there should have been no laws that enforced segregation, because that would have been a bad thing. Because, you know, so what do you want?
No, what's weird about this is, like, I heard a take from Ben Shapiro the other day, essentially being against one of the articles in the Civil Rights Act. For saying that it was like it was anti-American, saying that it was like against free expression, that like, you know, telling you know, people they can't sit at your lunch counter was somehow like a God-given right.
You can't have it both ways.
But the people,
we had legal segregation until my parents were kids.
The people saying,
my parents were born in a country, in an apartheid state where they did not have equal rights under the law. That ended when they were in elementary school. What was supposed to happen?
I don't see how you can see that. That is what the ADL is saying that they're doing. That is what the pro-Jewish groups are saying. That Jewish lives are at risk, and unless you have this task force to prevent discrimination against them, that is what they are saying, and it is being used for a bad end that you recognize. So I don't see why you can't recognize it in all these other circumstances.
Because there were laws on the books.
And we want to get rid of those, and there's no disagreement.
In America, it was illegal for black people to, in half the country, to use of public transit.
You don't need to familiarize these.
Apparently I do, because you
Can she get a word in edgewise, please?
think that is analogous.
Oh, that's so offensive.
Okay, then be offended.
I don't often hear the F word from anyone on the Hill. It's pretty rare.
Be offended.
He's mad.
Be offended.
You don't need to familiarize these.
Apparently I do, because you think that is analogous.
Oh, that's so offensive.
Okay, then be offended. To use of public transit.
You don't need to familiarize these.
Apparently I do, because it was illegal.
I can't even.
For black people in half the country to use of public transit.
You don't need to familiarize these.
Apparently I do, because you think that is analogous.
Oh, that's so offensive.
Okay, then be offended. Be offended. Mauled and cry. Be offended. Because what I'm saying.
I literally don't know what.
Is historical truth. I
am not disputing. I don't want to hear this. I know.
I am offended by the idea that you conflate. I just told you a story about a pro-Israel protester calling out "kill the Jews" that was used as a justification by Northeastern University to clear free speech protesters. Wait a minute, free speech protesters from campus. And that is the kind of thing that I'm guarding against. People who are doing bad faith, weaponized.
I am agreeing with that.
But that is not the same thing as these policies, post-civil rights era policies that are now being stripped away, that were intended to correct.
These things are intended for the same reason.
No. De jure segregation was real. De facto legal segregation was a real legal reality that had to be unwound. Point to me the law that discriminates against Jewish people in America today.
No, what I'm saying is that they're using that in bad faith.
Because there was a time. There was a time when there were quotas for Jewish people at school. There were all of these things were true, and I think it was good and right that.
Well, the ADL you will muster. No, you asked me the ADL.
What's the point of trying to listen to this segment when she doesn't even get to get a sentence out, right? She can't even get a thought out.
You will muster.
Like, he's really pissed. He's really pissed. I don't know if he realized how bad he looks here.
I'm not agreeing with this, but they will come up with a list. Let me finish.
No, you fucking finished enough. Let her finish one sentence, please.
Come up with a list of hate crimes that have been perpetrated against Jewish people that they believe are escalating, and they have some. Now, I have criticized that characterization, and I've said that should not be used to take.
She's screeching. Look, she's being talked over. I would be doing more than screeching. Listen, do you see how they're sitting there with both of their legs under the table? I'm just saying, if I was sitting there, I would be very aware of the fact that there's not a lot of room, there's not a lot of space, there's not a lot of distance between my foot and Robbie's crotch. That's all I'm saying. I'd be more than screeching.
Take away people's free speech or due process rights.
What I'm saying
but they will say that there are bad
what I'm saying is that it's good and right to have structural reforms to get at the structural codified discrimination that existed against black people and Jewish people. And I'm saying that is a different thing.
I'm literally just trying to figure out what they're saying, and when she's not allowed to talk, it's like I don't even know what the argument is. It's such a worthless segment. Like, he literally can't let her talk because he's afraid he's gonna get owned. And like, look, he's gotten owned a lot. He's gotten owned a lot.
Anti-Semitism racism is real. This is not an issue. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not. I want to make it very clear. My critique is not that there are.
Yeah, Funkmaster CAW, welcome to the Weasel Gang. Welcome to the Weasels of the world. And yeah, thank you to whoever gifted a sub to Funkmaster CAW. That is a beautiful thing. I love to see it. I love to see people paying the Weasel forward, right? Maybe you got a gift sub at some point, and you've got the means to get somebody else out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at us again, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm on top of it now. I'm on top of it. It's got to be the cat ears. They're making me smarter, right? I'm on top of the fact that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And it's an ad break you don't necessarily have to suffer through. You don't have to suffer in silence. That's true. If you've got Prime, then you've got an easy way to get out of the ad break, and that is using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself out of the ad break. You'll get yourself Weasels. You'll get yourself, and by which I mean the emotes of the Weasels and all the other emotes too. All the other fancy on Twitch, the emotes are animated. So you'll get that. You'll get yourself out of the ad break, and you'll feel pretty smart because Twitch might be getting rid of they might be doing something weird with the Twitch Prime subs soon. So you'll be ahead of the curve that way. You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 if you've got $5 to pay to get yourself out of the ad break. You want to maximize your Twitch viewing experience. That's one way to do it. The other possibility is, you could get lucky just like Funkmaster CAW did and be gifted a sub. Although I gotta be honest, that's more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. But yeah, it is really nice to get a to be surprised by the fact that, oh, I got a gift sub.
Isn't real discrimination that should be administered to with
or a gift membership over on YouTube.
Various policy regimes. My critique is different, which is that there is a form.
Wait, cat ears no longer buff intelligence, only dexterity and charisma?
State that spends billions and lobbying dollars to make sure that nobody can criticize the relationship between our client state and the United States of America, that has the geopolitical implications that can lead us into World War III. And all I'm saying, Robbie, is that the scale and nature of that, it is insulting and frankly incredibly misleading to say that has anything to do with what's going on most of these college campuses. This is so much bigger than that. These speakers at Columbia are protesting because Columbia literally is invested in weapons manufacturers. And do you know why so many colleges are invested in weapons manufacturers? Because it's one of the most profitable sure bet enterprises, because America decides when wars happen. We puppeteer a whole global system of violence because we are the ones that fund the weapons and profit mightily from it. Well, I don't need to sit here and explain the military-industrial complex to you. I know that you get it.
You're going to explain to me things I already understand is the order of the day.
But the point of the matter here is that this is not just DEI.
I don't agree that wars are only and always America's fault, that we are the only country capable of acting on the world stage. But
well, that's a straw man, so you can believe that, and I don't have to.
Do we need to show you like military budgets? It's a little different now because China is legitimately spending more money on things like rockets, things like aircraft carriers and stuff like that. So it's not as dramatic as it used to be. But in general, yeah, the United States is far and away the largest military budget. And why should we be surprised? It's a self-licking ice cream cone, right? That lobby has got so much money in it, the military industrial complex lobby, that it's able to petition to make sure that not only does its funding never get cut, but it's always being expanded. And then we're expanding the concept, we're expanding the military budget, we're expanding the military weaponry, arms, and technology into the police force. To further militarize our police force. We talked a little bit about Foucault's boomerang yesterday, right? AKA, wait, there's another name for it too. I think it's also called the Imperial boomerang. Is that right? Oh my God, I shouldn't. I believe Marx said nerds of the world unite. Yeah, well, yeah, Marx wanted the nerds of the world to unite, right? But he knew that first we need class consciousness, right? And class consciousness can only come through the means of weasels. When we start to see the weasels, then we will have a true class consciousness, and that's why we need the weasels of the world to unite. And that way more people can, like right now, If I said post your weasels in chat, how many people, what percentage of our chat would be able to post weasels? What percentage of our chat would be able to post weasels, and what percentage of our chat would be forced to post mice?
Push back against that because that's obviously not what I said. The thing that people should be focused on. So many people are trying. The right. So many conservatives are trying to derail people from having natural sympathy, frankly, for these protests. Most people look at a 50-year-old woman being wrestled to the ground, saying, "Please don't hit my head on the concrete," as a complete and total overreach. But you have to start asking yourself the question: why is the state reacting in this way? Why is there such kind of coordinated pushback?
Why has something that is a very real, very clear and present danger, like anti-Semitism, right? Which we saw on full display in Charlottesville, and which did not end at Charlottesville. Why is that being weaponized against protesters who just want, like, for babies to stop being murdered in Gaza? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that question.
And students standing on their campus saying, please don't do violence, please don't do war. Why is it that people, Bill Ackman and people are switching political parties and switching sides? Bill Ackman just came out saying he doesn't want to support Joe Biden. Oh, okay. So what is really motivating your politics here? I thought you're a Democrat. I would think you would care about abortion and all of these substantive issues that Democrats, no matter how much you don't like Joe Biden, care about. But suddenly this one thing is willing to motivate you to completely switch sides?
Well,
what is going on
here? The conflict than the protesters and the Joe Biden.
Okay, all I'm trying to point out is that there are these really.
I mean, look, we've got a lot of weasels in chat. We've got a lot of weasels, and I'm glad that that's, you know, both on Twitch and on YouTube, right?
Because it was so.
Yo.
But now there are freaking communists.
Freaking communists invading radicals. What is it? It's Sunday, so what do we have one for Sunday? Do we have 7 for Sunday? That would be sick. That would be sick. I'm trying to get to 3,000, right? So if you're thinking about subscribing to the channel, just understand that you have a better chance than normal to be like the 3,000 gut. Like you could be number 3,000. Somebody in chat right now who has not subscribed yet, right? You could be number 3,000. It is very likely. It is very likely. We've got a lot of weasels. We've got a lot of weasels in chat. I can tell. I can tell the weasels are strong. I just want them to be stronger.
Big high-level issues that completely, from the history of the founding of this country, the idea that these small interpersonal, racial, ethnic differences have been used to prevent masses of working class people who know what's right and what's wrong from allying with each other and going after true power centers in the United States of America. And the reason that I push back against some of the DEI characterizations is because they're being used the same way that the existence of black people was used to shut down almost all of the public swimming pools in the United States of America.
And look, this is a really good time to weasel up if you're in Twitch. Just understand any second now, any minute now, probably in like 30 seconds, we're going to have another ad break. I mentioned it earlier. I'm just mentioning it again because it's literally about to go into effect right now. And if you don't want to see those 3 minutes of ads, I've told you 3 different ways you can get out of those.
Was used to make sure that we didn't get Medicare for all because people didn't want black people to be having the program. Was used to prevent us from having any number of social programs, including school funding, because it's the feeling, so you know, all these social welfare programs are going to be going to an undeserving poor that gets racialized in a way that makes white people.
Yeah, this is the ironic thing, right? People talk about, you know, like there was a lot made about a lot of hay made about the working class white vote during the Democratic primary of 2008, right? There was, you know, Hillary trying to you know, mobilize that and you know, sort of cast a light of like working classness to her very bourgeois movement, right? You had the same thing said about Donald Trump's voters in 2016, but unironically, working class white people are often turned against their own interests through racism, through the specter of the welfare queen as created and codified by Ronald Reagan. I shouldn't even say created because I'm sure he just like that's not the first time that somebody's used the idea of, oh my gosh, a black person could benefit from a social welfare program, therefore we must not have the social welfare programs. But they're, you know, yeah, it's the biggest way that they get people to vote against their class interests through the wedge issues like racism.
safe that it's never going to be excluded from them. And I feel like DEI is going in that direction.
Bree is cooking him.
About that being used to divide solidarity in this moment.
I recognize you getting.
You're the one who's getting mad.
But I'm not criticizing. Obviously there is racism and there's anti-Semitism. What we're criticizing is a set of policies that seem, or I am at least, that seem increasingly ridiculous, are not improving matters for the marginalized community that is applied to by the policy. That, you know, we're talking about the kind of, what was that case we had where the ACLU is under labor investigation because they used a DEI policy to fire an Asian woman who thought the boss was not good because he had used, and then it was racially coded that they fight. Like, it's this kind of ridiculous workplace nonsense that these places got themselves into because of DEI.
That. But is this a workplace issue? Is a Congress member aligning with the ADL to put censorship trackers, anti-Semitism trackers at university a workplace issue?
It's the same kind of well-intended.
Like, this is so dangerous, right? This gives cover to real anti-Semites. This gives cover to real Nazis. When you're seeing a Nazi at every student protest, right? When you're seeing an anti-Semite behind, every chant of a pro-Palestinian anti-genocide protest, right? You are allowing the real fucking fascists to get away. You are allowing them to slip back in, all those Charlottesville tiki torch assholes to slip back in and disguise themselves as like normal fucking people.
But obviously going to result in greater harm and greater threats to free speech and just diversity of thought.
Yeah, how is DEI? Robbie's just got DEI on the brain, Sisyphean. That's the only sense I can make of this. This doesn't, yeah.
All that.
It's a different kind of thing. That's my objection. And we can differ on that. But to me, it's a radically different kind of thing. To critique the thing, but everything isn't DEI. Everything isn't, what was the one before that? Woke. Like, come on. Like, it starts to seem so unserious, and it doesn't preserve your ability to make valid criticisms about DEI. That case, that Matt Brunig segment that we did, I think is absolutely right. The ridiculousness of that one form that went around.
I understand not using, when they use critical race theory.
That's not critical race theory.
When they use
critical race theory.
Yeah, but with I think DEI is a better catch-all terms for the thing we're describing here.
Well, in this
and
case,
does in fact relate.
This isn't even a workplace issue. Right? This anti-Semitism, whatever watch group that Richie Torres and the ADL are linking up to privately fund.
Well, yeah, but it's in response to things going on in campuses. I mean, it's all right. It's
that's all
DEI in the educational environment rather than the workplace. I mean, that's not. I don't think that's so dissimilar, but that's our debate on the subject. More rising right after this.
Yeah, it feels like when everything, when all you've got is a hammer, you start to see everything as a nail. So he's seeing DEI everywhere. He's seeing DEI behind everything. Official document is submitted to Columbia that goes into their investments, by the way. Nice. Okay, why did I need to press play again? I didn't need to press play. Here we go. So chat, you came here for a reason. That reason has to do with my thumbnail, has to do with my title. Not necessarily my title on Shorts, which is changing by the minute, but my title on the non-Shorts version of the stream. Right, yeah, again, thank you to everybody who's hitting that like button. Thank you to everybody who's supporting me, whether you support me on Patreon, whether you're supporting me as a member on YouTube and able to post those weasels, a sub on Twitch. Also, you get the fancy weasels, you get the animated weasels, or in any of the other ways, like through super chats, through super stickers, which although, you might think it interrupts the stream, but honestly, it's a good interruption and it keeps me on my toes. So if you want to keep me on my toes, keep those super chats coming, that I have to respond to not only you, but you in a sassy British woman's voice, right? Much appreciation to everybody who's got my back and who is supporting me. I'm only able to do this due to your support. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the name to, what is this? Actual. Actual Justice. We'll just call him the Actual Justice Weasel. Or the Actual Justice Wario. I like Actual Justice Wario. I think that works. Here we go. I'm changing the title one more time on... I should probably start changing the title on Twitch too. That's the other thing that I don't do. Yeah, there's a lot of Twitch meta that I'm maybe not keeping up with, including some stuff that I should know better. But yeah, we're about to get to the kernel, get to the Tootsie Roll center of this Tootsie Pop of drama between the Majority Report and Actual Justice Warrior.
On crime and squatting, I do think his take on Emma and D-Wax Shellac says, have you guys seen Sean Actual Justice Warrior's take on MR's views on crime and squatting? I do think his take on Emma and Binder having a glib take on crime has a point, but I would like to see a debate or at least a rebuttal, but I do realize he might be clout jumping. I don't care.
The stupid asshole who thought the George Floyd effect no, he's a moron. You should be embarrassed for thinking he had a point. And if you want us to respond to it, you should elaborate and tell us.
So if you don't know what Matt's talking about here, it is the jump in crime post-COVID, right? Which Actual Justice Warrior has taken to calling the George Floyd effect. In his mind, this is due to police being defunded, being demoralized, and being unable to do their job. And that's caused a spike in crime. When you look at the statistics, it really makes more sense that, you know, this has to do with COVID. This has to do with the massive physical, economic, and psychological disruption due to, you know, an unprecedented threat to public health, which you know caused which disrupted almost everybody's life in a small way or in a large way. But, you know, Actual Justice Warrior wants to blame once again, which is always his thing. We'll take a look at his channel a little bit. I'll show you what I'm talking about. He just seems to love to blame black people for everything.
Point is, instead of making us watch that fucking moron.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, am I glib on occasion? Yes. Yes.
You know what's glib is to say, like some people did, that this sort of retail theft ring thing has nothing to do with want and privation, as maybe somebody actual justice.
Oh yeah, chat. I almost forgot yesterday. Right. So yesterday I think I was just like shooting from the hip and like looking at all the different content that might be there, and I came across an interview between Tucker Carlson and Alexander Dugin. So yeah, Alexander Dugin, aka Putin's brain, is called a philosopher by many people. His philosophy, though, seems to be mixing, like fusioning fascism to other political philosophies, and really just being like, I mean, that's his philosophy. At the heart of it is fascism, right? And, you know, you can argue to what degree Putin is listening to him, to what degree Putin is like implementing policies according to like Eurasian Conference national Bolshevism, you know, his policies. But yeah, he's definitely, you know, an influential person, and, you know, influential to people like Jackson Hinkle, influential to people like Infrared Haas. Right, so there's an interview between him and Tucker. I said that we would watch that if we hit a sub goal. And yesterday we crushed a sub goal. We buried a sub goal. We destroyed a sub goal. And indeed, I did stay on for 8 hours. So you got like, you know, 2 hours that are 2 very risky hours for me, because whenever I do over 6 hours, that means there's a chance I'll be demonetized. You know, so I'm taking a chance on losing money through covering but we took, so because the Destiny debate was 2 hours. I didn't realize that content was 2 hours, and so, but we didn't end up watching the Dugan thing, and I'm just wondering, do people want that? Because I did say that. I did say let's cover Dugan and Tucker, and I had people just absolutely knock it out of the park, like right night and day in terms of the support that I was getting yesterday. I just don't. Yeah, rookie numbers, Irene. 9-hour stream incoming. Do people want me to cover Dugan? Because, like, I watched a little bit of it, and it just, like, Dugan talks a lot without really saying very much. I think it would be interesting to see the Dugan. Yeah, I definitely, what I don't want to do, though, is to promise you something, have people count on it, have people want it, have people, donate to get it, and then to not end up giving it to you, right? And because of the like length and girth of the Breaking Points content yesterday, I feel bad. I just don't want anybody to feel like, shortchanged by that.
Warrior's a fan of said, when we know that the people that are actually doing the boosting for retail thefts, those videos that apparently some people like to play for YouTube revenue, that those people doing that are almost like 9 in 10 doing so to support addictions. So I don't think
that Destiny video that I covered yesterday, in case you don't know, it was 2 hours. It was 2 hours of a Destiny debate. And that's what made me stay on for 8 hours just to cover it all.
We're the ones being glib. I think some other people are being really glib.
So I definitely gave you a lot for your money yesterday, and it just wasn't. I realized looking back on it that I had promised something entirely different, and I just didn't want anybody to feel shortchanged by the fact that we didn't get the Dugan.
And I think, like, keep pushing us.
Well, I mean, I just like the idea of it. I'm going to be glib about claims about crime.
Here's my idea, okay? We can keep the Dugan for a premium streamium, right? That makes the most sense because, like that rewards the people who contributed so heavily yesterday with some kind of special content. Now, if you know about my premium streamiums, you probably know that there's a way to sneak into it. And you probably know that way is to join on the Discord and to be in general chat, because the premium streamiums are also a Discord event. That goes for any of you too. If you wanna be in the Discord chat with myself and whatever mods are around, Discord mods are around at the time, that's something that we do during the premium streaming also. But also, anybody can get in and anybody can watch it that way. So, the premium streamium is never a paywalled, a hard paywalled thing. It is a reward for those who support the stream. But it is also, it's my personal movie theater. And if I want to leave the back door to the movie theater unlocked, I will. If I want to let people sneak in the back, I will. And just like the Majority Report never locked me out of the free half, or the fun half, the free half. Sometimes it's the free half, right? There was always a way to kind of watch the fun half. Oh my God, Omega Star, thank you for the community sub to Old Love Cassette. Old Love Cassette, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled in the meantime. You can have a little Dugan as a reward. The Dugan thing kind of seems like a freemium streamium, because I know that if I had a stream that was like Dugan versus Tucker Carlson or Dugan and Tucker Carlson, like that's not a big seller. That's not something that people are, oh yeah, let me watch that, right? But it is an interesting thing, and it's definitely something that a lot of people in my community have interest in. And maybe I can cover some of the other stuff, some of the other people that don't necessarily get a lot of interest, get a lot of views. They don't pack people into the seats, but there's nevertheless, people in my community bring them up on a regular basis, right? I'm thinking of Bronze Age Pervert.
Given the fact that crime is down substantially, and that's not being represented in the coverage of crime naturally.
We got to see what this Bronze Age Pervert guy is all about. Why is he a pervert? Why does he love the Bronze Age collapse so much?
So
find out on Premium Streamium, coming to a screen near you soon.
I don't know.
But yeah, this is your reason. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, and especially if you're the kind of person that might not be able to have a membership or a sub or be a Patreon patron at the time, right? Discord is the secret way to sneak into the stream, because I always try to leave the back door to the theater open.
What the claim is, but the reaction that I have to that is just basically, I do think that these crime warriors are deserving of mockery because they're not able to actually reckon with the data that we're dealing with, which is that, yes, there was a spike in crime in 2021 and 2022 in the wake of the pandemic when people were desperate, and the crime that occurred after that was correlated.
So yeah, this is what Sean, aka Actual Justice Warrior, calls the George Floyd effect, right?
But we also have seen a steep drop in all kinds of violent crime and crime in general.
But I think a lot more logical conclusion is to call this the pandemic effect.
Since the 80s, it's been on a decline. There was a brief 2-year pick back up, and now we are down once again by every single metric, whether it be violent crime, shoplifting, theft.
Actual N-word sayer? Wait, does he say the N-word? Does AJW say the N-word? Anyone who calls themselves Actual Justice Warrior must be yeah.
Nationally, the
massive tool.
The United States is on a crime decline, and I don't understand how you can cover crime as this, actual crime warrior, actual crime justice warrior,
actual
says,
cop mouthpiece.
Right. Like how
it's like the shittiest superhero name ever. Actual Justice Warrior. Do you think that when he says Actual Justice Warrior, he does like the pose? Actual Justice Warrior. Do you think he does that? Do you think he puts his hands on his hips? Can we call it something other than subs? Subscribers would be fine, but if you keep talking about subs, it's making me want a sandwich. Anti-corporatist chat has been making me hungry all day, and I sort of empathize with you. You out on the road must have a code that you can live by. You gotta teach your children well, and sometimes it's hard to find a place to stop where you can park your truck and get a good meal. So I empathize with that.
That can't be central to your coverage if you're covering it honestly. So
he's just, him and the people who are fans of him are just recycling police talking points, and whether they want to roll their eyes at a term like propaganda or not, the shoe fucking fits. Here's a Sunday Times correspondent, Louis Callahan, traveling.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kelsey. It's a play on social justice warrior. Like, as opposed to social justice, I believe in actual justice, by which I mean cops locking people up, putting them in handcuffs, keeping them in jail under bail, which we gotta make sure there's bail. We gotta make sure that rich people can get out of jail and poor people have to sit in jail. Poor people have to show up for their trials without having been in any kind of think about that, what that does to any kind of court proceedings, right? When you've got two different classes of people, whether you have money or not, right, determines whether you're going to be able to come to the courthouse from your home, take a shower, get yourself ready, like that, or you're coming from jail.
New York Times for 24 hours to find out how dangerous it really is. Let's play this.
It's 9 a.m. I'm 2 hours into my 24-hour subway ride.
Oh yeah, have you seen this?
I'm at Grand Central Station, which is full of commuters, people going to work.
So a lot of the way that they'll that this moral panic works, this idea that like there's an epidemic of crime. Then you show them statistics to show you that crime is kind of at is pretty close to an all-time low. It's not high compared to compared to the 80s, compared to the 70s, compared to times like that. Crime has been on a decline and continues to be on a decline. There's a spike in around 2021, 2022, like understandably given the situation that we were all going through. But it's been on a decline since then. And but then they'll try to be like, no, but it's like in big cities and stuff. And you take a look at the statistics. Gavin and Zach have looked into this, right? They found that their city actually or the place that they live near, at least Kansas City, is got a lot higher crime rates than some of these big blue cities, the cities with Democratic mayors and that are coastal cities are have a lower per capita crime than a lot of cities in the middle of the country, right? So that's not true. And then they'll say, well, what about the subways? Yeah, it's really I heard it's really dangerous on the subways. The only thing they can ever rely on is point to a particularly gruesome crime, point to somebody getting pushed out onto the tracks in the subway, and which is horrible. But they want to make you act on this. Oh my God, a horrible crime happened. Therefore, we need to spend more money on cops. Therefore, we need to get tough on crime. Therefore, we need to eliminate cash bail. All these priorities that they have are justified based on anecdotes, not based on statistics, which you can find, because guess who makes the statistics? The cops, the people doing the arrests, right? So, crime statistics are famously, somewhat unreliable, especially in terms of the bias that might go into who gets arrested and who doesn't, who gets convicted and who doesn't, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even those crime statistics, they don't want to talk about. They would rather talk about an anecdote. They would rather find a situation where, somebody dismembered a body and didn't get didn't got left on their own recognizance because the state was unable to charge them with a violent crime and only charged them with crimes as far as their dismemberment of the corpse, right? And that's a skill issue, right? That's a policing issue. That's a failure of policing. That's a failure of prosecution. That's a failure of the criminal justice system. That is not, a failure of the laws that are not hard enough on crime. That is not a failure of, the police aren't militarized enough to press those charges. They didn't. But anyway, what I'm saying, chat, is they want to focus in on a singular event and use it to justify bad police policy, which should be discredited at this time, right? What was the police policy during the worst times, the 70s and the 80s, the Dirty Harry era? The Dirty Harry era of policing. It was called broken windows policing, which is when the police enforce stiff penalties on the most minuscule of crimes under the theory that if you get tough on little crimes, then maybe the big crimes won't happen. That's not how it worked then. That's a discredit. That's every bit as discredited as trickle down economics is, and yet we're still using it.
People coming back from work after the night shift, and really the whole of New York is here. The subway is the great leveler. My friend has just bought me a sandwich. I've spoken to Catholic schoolgirls.
So what she's doing is she's going through I completely just gave you a monologue. She's going through the subway to see, okay, what's it actually like? What's it like to be on the subway, let's say all day? Because if you want to say, well, yeah, you went through the subway, during rush hour, it's not dangerous then. It's really dangerous then. You went through, these stops and not these stops. These stops are really dangerous, right? So she's having a whole day. I think maybe even 24 hours. Maybe it's not 24 hours, but yeah, she's doing the longest ride possible on a subway to just see what she sees.
Who are unafraid of going in the tube, and grown men who are absolutely terrified.
Oh, don't eat on the subway.
7 p.m. Fulton Street Station.
Hey!
Loving life. I'm about to go meet a retired NYPD sergeant who is going to tell us about crime in the subway and whether we should be worried. Really interestingly, he actually said that sending loads more cops down into the subway, which is what the mayor and the governor have been doing at the moment, is not necessarily the answer. So there's actually, he said, an incredibly low number of crimes that are taking place.
Chat, how do you react? How do you react when you're on a subway or some kind of public transit and you see a cop come on? Do you feel safer? Do you breathe a sigh of relief, or do you kind of worry? Because I get scared.
So 1 per about 1 million.
I'm all wait, do I have my ticket with me? I didn't drop my ticket, did I? I'm immediately just I don't know.
1 million rides. And sending huge amounts of police isn't going to stop that incredibly low number of crimes, he says. We're in Queens, quite far out on the line. and we were just in the Bronx. And the trains now, they're just full of people going home. Everyone's just like tired, heading home for the day. All right, it's 11 o'clock. I'm in Grand Central, and I've got a burger.
So yeah, I mean, I think we kind of get the point.
She was not assaulted.
She was killed 5 seconds.
Oh, good, you cut it off.
They took her burger too.
We don't want to show that.
No, but she made an observation that it's the people who never ride this thing that are the most afraid of it, and the people that ride it every day, which is also, guess what? Guess who lives in New York? We do.
Yes, people that live in New York and take I take
guess who
public
said,
transit every day.
Guess who said enjoy the National Guard in your subways? People who don't live here.
Yeah, I mean, no one really enjoys it, and even Eric Adams admitted in the Breakfast Club interrogation.
He ran away from it.
By Olayemi that New York. He says on one side of his mouth that New York City is the safest it's ever been. But
yeah, Matt's not playing. Matt's sick of it, right? Emma, I get the feeling, does not really want to revel in this, right? Look, if you've got Tim Pool saying something about you, that's probably worth doing a lot of segments on for the numbers, right? Anytime Dave Rubin says something ridiculous, it's probably worth pushing back on, right? These are known quantities. We're talking about the actual justice warrior here, though. He's definitely on a clout grab. He's definitely on a clout spree, and there's no reason to overly. That's why if you look at this segment, right, we don't have his name on here, right? They mention him because he's been talking about them, but they're not trying to court, especially Emily. Emily. Emma is not trying to court drama or any kind of back and forth with the actual justice warrior. But Matt, on the other hand, I get the feeling that Matt has just had enough, and Matt's got his own platform. So we'll be looking at Left Reckoning to see if maybe there's any conversation about this on Left Reckoning.
also, we need cops in the subways because people feel better about cops being there, even though crime is down. But when she pressed him on it, the people that he's listening to are not the people that are not necessarily representative of some communities. It's usually people that are in Manhattan as opposed to the other boroughs. And I just let's put this up there so that there's no ambiguity that I just sent. The crime rate and what the FBI data shows. The FBI and law enforcement are not incentivized to portray crime as down, by the way. They have every disincentive to do so. So
yeah, do they want their budgets cut? No.
So based on that kind of standard and also their past consistency.
And like, honestly, the politicians are such fucking cowards, right? If there's anyone talking about their city, if there's anyone characterizing it as violent, they never go to the statistics and say, actually, our crime is down, especially violent crime. It's way fucking down. Right? The city is safer than it's ever been. If you look at major metropolitan areas, we rank here, right? They never actually... They're always just like, oh no, we're getting more cops, actually. We're sending the cops into the subway. Let's get the National Guard. Like, they're just utter cowards about this, right? And I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps. They think that that's going to end the focus on their city. They think that that's going to, like, they're worried about the PR. They're worried about maybe possibly losing re-election based on this perception that their city is a violent hellhole. It's a post-apocalyptic wasteland, right? Mad Max is there. It's, rather than just stating the obvious.
On reporting this accurately, for the most part, I'm fine with using the FBI data as the source for national crime rates. Let's scroll down. New FBI data confirms previous indications that crime in the U.S. declined significantly in 2020.
God Center says, I would feel less comfortable with cops showing up on the subway, mostly because I'm not good in crowds.
23, continuing a post-pandemic trend.
Am I not paying enough attention to shorts, chat? I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying to balance multiple things here. Let me see what's going on.
You off, but just to reference our buddy, the actual Justice Warrior, it doesn't say the post George Floyd effect trend. It says the post pandemic trend.
Right.
So like, it's fucking embarrassing, frankly. And I'll just say it, Anna, retweets that guy. It's fucking embarrassing.
So the new fourth quarter numbers showed a 13% decline in murder from 2023 from 2022, a 6% decline in reported violent crime, and a 4% decline in reported property crime. Can we put this up? That's based on data from around 13,000 law enforcement agencies policing about 82% of the U.S. population that provided the FBI with data through December. We'll see those final.
BKK says Matt was cathartic as fuck for me. Cops can't see me until someone calls in a code violation.
Numbers in October once they get the full data, but all of these indicators are trending in the direction that we're describing here. So
also, the left is right about crime and should be listened to and not maybe pathologized by leading people in the media about it.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
The gall to be accused of not caring and being glib. I fucking resent that. I actually know people who work retail and stuff like that, and I care about what is driving those incidents that, again.
Chad, do you want to watch AJW's segment on them? Like, I'm kind of curious about the set. We'll take a look at his channel, but I don't know. Like, AJW can kick rocks.
We know.
I want to show you what his focus is, regardless, right? But I'm kind of tempted to take a look at what they're reacting to now. What do you think?
Inflated by the retailers themselves and the police departments themselves, but what's actually behind them, like. The idea that we don't care about that is a fucking smear, and I resent it so much. And I've bit my tongue so much. And if people want to keep going down that road, then I'm willing to go down it too.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Wait, why is this chapter called The G? The G? Why is it called The G? Is Matt the G? Is that maybe they forgot to fill this out? What? Matt is going sicko mode. That's right. Well, I don't know. I want to look at Left Reckoning now and see if anything's popped up there.
You know, it reminded me, I guess, a little bit of what we touched on yesterday about male loneliness, which the right has decided that they have a complete copyright over, and that the left doesn't care about male loneliness. Well, we do. We just prescribe not, personal.
Also, I gotta say, if you're worried about male loneliness, you know what'll make you more lonely than anything else? When you look at your own somewhat privileged identity as being exceptional, when you see your loneliness as fundamentally different than the loneliness of people who aren't male. When you refuse to join the human race because you've been taught all your life that you are something special in that human race. Right? A lot of this male loneliness is actually a function of patriarchy. And look, I get it's not easy to dismantle, even in your own consciousness, something like patriarchy, but I do think that it holds a lot of guys back from being able to relate to if your only recourse is Aiden Ross or Andrew Tate or some jackass like that, no wonder you're fucking lonely. No wonder.
Or look at how these other human beings are causing this massive societal ill. It's probably feminists that are just making all these men resentful. No, is there a structural issue at play here? And we talk about that. It's basically the fact that there's very little social safety net in this country. Men are expected to be providers in a rigged game against them under capitalism. And so giving people a broader social safety net would decrease resentment across the board, including the societal roles that are sometimes expected of men. And then when it comes to crime, sorry, 1 second, Bradley, right? It's this very similar analysis. We're talking about structural issues as opposed to scary person, scary here. You're not counting this person's lived experience. I mean,
You defunded the police or said something like that.
I mean, if I want to look on about profiles about individual instances of people experiencing hardship and crime and violence towards them, I mean, I could just turn on the local news and I'll get basically that coverage no matter what. I find that to be completely horrible, which is why we have a structural analysis about societal ills and what leads to some of those instances. Sorry, Bradley, go ahead.
But I guess all I wanted to say is that I think the issue that what you're mentioning, Emma, is that the criticism kind of comes from a place of basically saying, as an example, us, it's equated that us or people like us because our prescription for caring about something like male loneliness or like crime is not watch more Andrew Tate or watch more Joe Rogan or watch more Jordan Peterson, is somehow the criticism that we are not, that somehow we have ceded that ground to right-wing freaks and grifters who actually, in lieu of actually helping these people with their loneliness problems, actually further exacerbates their loneliness problems by leading them down a vortex of just consuming more and more of their content, as opposed to thinking, hey, you know what? There's no fucking public space in this country. Yeah. There's no places to hang out anymore without paying money. You can't. People literally have zero modicum of don't have a modicum of community anymore because we have sapped up public space for profit. It's just the truth. It's the exact thesis that we had on the Exurbia Now author David Masciotra a few weeks ago, who was talking about where he mentioned Robert Putnam's book Bowling Alone, which, while somewhat reductive in terms of labor aspects, does speak to the idea that we have basically, by virtue of so many different socioeconomic factors, completely ceded any aspect of association in American life. We literally do not have avenues to
Look, loneliness is real, alienation is real. And it's something that we all feel. And if you get tricked, you get bamboozled into blaming women for that? You're not fighting the right battle. And the forces that inflict this loneliness on you are laughing because they just played you. It's like somebody who it's like somebody who, like, you know, hits you from behind, but from the angle that your friend is standing at, and gets you to go off on your friend. Like, they hit you, but now you're fighting with your friend when like,
to have community with one another that don't involve either spending money or joining a cult. Yeah. It's the truth. I mean,
look, you can't control the patriarchy. Yeah, the patriarchy is a large structural thing. But you can examine the part of the patriarchy that you've internalized. You absolutely can. It's not easy. It's not clear. I mean, it's necessary work and it's useful work. And if you really want to get out of that alienation, it's a more productive direction to go than to get fucking scammed. Why are all these red pill assholes scammers? How come every dickhead offering a solution to male loneliness, this special snowflake feeling that you feel that apparently nobody else feels who's not male, right? Why are they all fucking con artists? Because they're playing you.
Well, I agree. I mean, and I'll say what I mean, at least for me, I think my analysis of crime, the implication is that I'm a privileged white girl that doesn't understand things. And like, I've never hidden the fact that like my parents were lawyers and I had a comfortable upbringing growing up in New Jersey. You know, that is something I'm constantly conscious of. I don't necessarily think that it infringes on my coverage here in any real way.
No, because wealthy people typically have shitty views about crime, like the ones that we're criticizing right now.
Well, that's typically what I mean. I've seen it's not a coincidence that the actual crime warriors' opinions on crime are very similar to the stuff that you hear from wealthy boomers that I've had conversations with in Bridge and Tunnelers in Long Island and New Jersey. Yeah. It's property owners and wealthy people who basically make those arguments. And
in fact, just like racism, which kind of comes from the social construct on top of a social construct of whiteness, which is not just the state, of having like the white skin phenotype. That's not actually what whiteness is. It's something that you internalize, right? Yeah, patriarchy has an internalized component too. And yeah, like look, dismantling, you're examining, being conscious of, the sort of whiteness that you've internalized doesn't end racism. Just like, examining patriarchal notions that you might have internalized doesn't like end misogyny, but it is a first step. It is a systemic thing, but it's a system made of people, and the only way we get anywhere, the only volition you have towards this is to start with yourself.
We're trying to be representative of the advocates that we've had on this program, including one we'll have on tomorrow, who do the on-the-ground work and have some prescriptions on it based on data. Data.
And also, well, I've said a name. Cenk should not imply that people are on the take from some sort of shadowy, defund organization to undercut the work of these people. That was also a disgusting thing, and I'm tired of biting my tongue on this.
I didn't see any of this, but I trust what you're saying. I mean, I just would say, like...
Okay, so are they talking about the Cenk and Anna clip? I don't know if she's here today, but the only person actually two people that I can think that might know where this clip is, right? Because apparently Majority Report brought up, TYT brought up Emma and the Majority Report, right? Like they tried to use them as an example. Somehow, I just don't have the clip because I think it was in a live stream. And I know that Zara and Natalie are really good at finding these things, but I'm not sure if either of them are here today. So,
yeah, I mean, part of why I guess I can vouch for this is because if we did have some people that were funding us, maybe I would I take public transport because we don't make a ton of money doing this.
Yeah, Brady's right. It's one thing to have some kind of privilege, whether that's class privilege or privilege based on some other aspect of your identity or whatever. It's one thing to have that privilege. That doesn't actually make you a bad person. What makes you a bad person is like what you do with that, right? If you refuse to look at it, if you refuse to examine it, if you pretend like it doesn't exist, if you're unsympathetic to those at the other end of that of that oppression, then yeah, you kind of suck. That's shitty. But that's not what we're seeing from Emma. You're not seeing Emma not give a fuck about people that didn't have some of those advantages. And it's just weird because I have seen a little bit of how AJW tries to take this, his attack on Emma, based on that. And it's a weird thing for somebody who doesn't believe in privilege in so many different ways to do an attack based on privilege too. This is similar to the way some of the protesters get attacked, right? First of all, we erase all the non-white protesters, right? And we call the protesters white, privileged, rich. We erase everybody who might be there on a scholarship, right? We just pretend that they don't exist. And then we stereotype the protest as being, privileged white kids that and what the fuck that look, I mean, I don't go around attacking people for their privilege. It's their unwillingness to examine that privilege, right? This is what so many people, this is what the Ben Shapiro's of the world miss about this. Ben Shapiro literally looks at things like intersectionality or social justice, and he sees a inversion of the hierarchy, right? He sees that, well, we're just gonna flip it and we're gonna do the opposite now. And now white straight men, you are fucking on blast. If you have multiple intersections of oppression, you are a fucking, you're the fucking queen of the world, right? It's so messed up. It's so messed up. It's so backwards.
Well, and the one
Anna used the clip of Emma and Sam.
Thing I'll say about that too, in the context of the crime aspect, is like you were saying, Emma. You turn on Eyewitness News, the first 5 stories are a baby was thrown out a window, or a car was broken into, or someone was shot at a bodega. And as you're saying, every single one of those individual instances, not only are they horrible, but they destroy people's lives and they atomize people. But at the same time, to act as if there are no structural solutions to those problems is actually ceding any sort of ground that we can make up to others. There are structural ways to deal with that involve actually improving people's lives and not immiserating them. They are more connected than anyone would like to think, and actually making those connections, i.e., why so many people have to pay for cars, why so many people have to struggle for housing, why so many people have to be this poor and immiserated in our societies is what leads to these individual circumstances that people
why there's so much lobbying against public transit
want to mention on the local news. It's true.
Oh my god, Natalie, you are here. Sent you the TYT segment. Thank you. You're awesome. Damn. I feel like I just put out the bat signal. Or the gnat signal. That's what it was. It was the gnat signal. Oh shit. There's the segment right there. She looks sad.
It just there is nothing that doesn't flow downstream from those structures.
The weasel signal.
The microcosm of the quote George Floyd effect versus the pandemic effect is exactly that. It is the George Floyd effect has come from the let's pathologize people who are critical of cops, whereas the COVID thing is, yeah, there's structural things that are crushing people and driving bad behavior that we don't want to see from desperate individuals. The one about pathologizing people is purely good for real estate interests and cops, and those interests are very powerful in this country, and so I don't think they need us to speak for them. I think we need to challenge that because we see the type of country that being accommodating that power is built.
Pair of socks says dog parks are the only place to find community, but dogs can be expensive and require a bit of work. That's actually so true. Dog parks do have.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So we're talking about like a third place, right? If you don't know the concept, your first place is home, your second place is work, and the third place is like somewhere in between. But look, it's really easy if you've got money. You can sit in a Starbucks, and order coffee. But I don't know if you know this, but Starbucks coffee kind of expensive. Also, there might be some reasons that you don't want to support Starbucks right now. But right, you can sit in a place and pay to kind of be there, right? There are places that if you give them money, you can hang out at, right? But what if you don't want to spend money? What if you don't have money to spend? Well, I mean, that kind of leaves you shit out of luck, right? And they're mentioning a dog park, but even that, you kind of need to have a dog, which is you need to take care of your dog and right. So it's there's not a lot of
that's one of the.
And this is where loneliness comes from. And guess what? This is loneliness that clearly does not affect just men. It's not a male thing. It's not a special kind of loneliness that you feel. It's the same kind of loneliness that we all feel, right? And if you start breaking down those barriers that you can't see past, and yes, privilege unexamined will be a barrier. It will make it hard for you to relate, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. And it doesn't mean you can't do some work to try to see past that shit. Then you start to see that you're not the only one feeling this. And that should give you some hope, right? If you send out a message in a bottle, it might be answered. And it might be by the person that you least suspect. It might be by somebody that you don't have all that much in common with.
Rare places when I used to have, before my family dog passed,
Oh.
but you know that as
And yet
Mr.
you
Dog
still,
Owner.
and yet I will say you still need somewhat of an asset in your pet. You need
Yes.
to pay for the pet,
Right.
pay for the upkeep.
Yeah, good point. Biceps and bikinis. The barriers to entry also reduce the diversity of people that you are exposed to. Good point.
And maintenance of the pet.
That's what pair of socks was
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, it's just one of those things. It's interesting. Like, yes, definitely, it is a communal space, but like so many communal spaces in these areas require some sort of investment in something.
Yeah.
That's why libraries are so important, because you could sit in a library and hang out and not have to spend money on anything.
Yeah.
But people hate when homeless people do that, even though it's one of the only places they can hang out, and they deserve to be there.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're visibly homeless, it's really hard to find any place to hang out that you're not going to be, forcefully like ejected from. Other people's fear of the homeless. It becomes a reason, it becomes a danger to you. Right? Their perception of the homeless as being dangerous, it actually is more of a danger to homeless people and a more of an imposition on homeless people. I mean, this really, kind of connects with what Anna, her whole radicalization has kind of come from this. Let's take a look really quickly, because I'm sort of running out of steam. There's only so long that I can stream in a day. There's the Anna thing. Wait, what did I want to look at again? Oh yeah, I gotta pull it out of. So yeah, I don't see any recent left reckoning where I get a feeling that we might see a video at some point where Matt Lesch talks about the actual Justice Warrior, and that makes sense. That makes sense, right? If somebody's trying to chase your clout at the Majority Report, and you've got a channel that is that's 1.3k videos. Yeah, 341,000, right? So the whole meta is this, right? Majority Report is, what are they like? They're like 2 million now, I think. They're a pretty big channel, right? Actual Justice Warrior, much smaller, right? He gets something out of drama with the Majority Report. So they're not very, there's not a lot of good motivation for them to, what the fuck? Just a random guy talking about news, YouTube stuff, SJWs, and trying to have a little fun while doing it. Expect some reactions, sketches, and other nonsense in the future. Follow me at Twitter. What is this sussy rabbit up here, too? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, literally, what is this? I don't understand why he's got a rabbit in his... That's, like, creepy. Does he wear a rabbit mask around or something? MR take is at 1 minute and 53. Thank you. 1 minute and 48. Okay, got it, Natalie. Thank you. Thank you for doing that legwork for me. I appreciate you. Yeah, people that are afraid of the homeless should be a little bit more afraid of homelessness, because it can happen to you as well. And the less that the capital class needs you, the more they're able to automate things, the more of us that are expendable. So I wanted to show you this guy's channel. Okay, so we got Super Mayor. Super Mayor. Another black woman who's a mayor. He's got kind of an obsession about black women with some power. Super Mayor. This is, like I'm saying, the Super Mayor, I don't know anything about this person, but this seems to be his Brie Larson. FBI raids Super Mayor. Anna Kasparian is right. Oh no. Yeah, he's got these like Anna Kasparian like White Knight videos. There's another majority. You guys see, how is he doing on this? Right, 75k views versus. He looks like he usually gets around 100k views. But on Majority Report, he's getting less. So I don't know. Maybe this isn't working out for him. What he's got another one here, right here, 137. I mean, that's close to his average. 108 on Destiny. But look at this. When he does the Black Mayor video, he's got almost 1 million views on that. Like, this dude is literally making his channel off of racism. We got the super mayor. We got the super mayor. Like, his channel might as well be. We're talking about Lori Lightfoot in investigating the super mayor. I see. Squatters. Got a lot of videos on squatters. Florida politicians caught scamming elderly woman.
But now there are freaking communists.
Oh my god. Chat, I just realized for especially for shorts, this is gonna be like really hard. I'm showing you this in like in a really small window. BLM rep threatens Tennessee with riots. I mean, like, what are you doing here, bro? TYT destroys crime deniers. Do we watch this one? This almost sounds like TYT going after Majority Report. Do you see how many of these videos are about, like, especially black women in a position of power and mining outrage against them? Bonnie Willis, of course. They ruined X-Men. They made it woke. Oh no. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what this almost seems personal. At first, I thought he was getting, like, major views off of the super mayor shit. I mean, like, you know, that's 213,000. That's okay. Was there some point where he was just getting massive views off of the super mayor? Oh god, this is like the second time. This is Jessica Burbank, right? Anyway, I don't want to stick on this too long because especially if you're watching me on shorts, you're gonna only see like a few little thumbnails. It's harder to see from this. Let's see. Natalie said 1 minute and 48 seconds. We'll go right there.
Trump is actually kind of right in dismissing.
Natalie, she doesn't miss, does she? Right on. Trump is actually kind of right. Trump has actually got a point here.
Look, while it is absolutely true that the right wing likes to fearmonger about crime for campaigning purposes, Trump is.
Then what's your excuse? What are you running for, Anna? Why do you like to fearmonger about crime so much?
Actually, kind of.
Why do you like to play off anecdotes as if they were fucking representative of the overall trends?
Right in dismissing the FBI numbers, as did The Appeal, which is a news site focused on pushing criminal justice reform. According to their website, The Appeal is a nonprofit news organization that envisions a world in which systems of support and care, not punishment, create public safety. All right, you familiarized yourself with The Appeal, not a right-wing organization, but they put out a report just last October highlighting all the issues with FBI crime reporting and just how incomplete it really is. First, it's worth bearing in mind that
I'm trying to figure out where she's going with this. So she's going with this to basically try to push back on overall, and look, like, yeah, I got some problems with crime statistics from law enforcement. I think I mentioned this earlier, right? In terms of, especially when people try to use these to paint a picture of crime as being endemic to certain like ethnic groups, right? Yeah, I've got a major problem with that.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Natalie says I didn't get a timestamp. The MR clip she played in the back half of the video. Oh wait, 1.48 subs, not the timestamps. Oh, sorry, did I read that wrong? MR, sorry, that's the you're talking about MR subs. That's how many subs. Oh my god, I was like, oh, there's the timestamp right there. Yeah. And she's like trying to reach out. She's like, no, I meant the subs. I'm talking about the subs. It just took me a second to get that. Thank you, Natalie. Anna and Jake are super unbased about crime and punishment lately. Well, I mean, I'm guessing what she's trying to do is that, like, she wants to claim that there's a epidemic of crime, right? She wants to justify more money for the cops, less, reforms, the few reforms that did happen in the wake of the uprisings, right? In a lot of cases, Anna and Sean want to roll back. So they bring out the MR, stuff like later in the video. There we go.
The New York Police Department and the Los Angeles Police Department are still missing in the federal data.
But you know what's not missing? The top of the hour. Oh my God, it's already gone on, hasn't it? I missed it. Yeah. You know what is missing? Me. I'm missing the fucking mentioning the top of the hour ad break.
Politicians like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis take full advantage of.
Anyway, chat, I'm gonna probably have to cut it after this.
Data to declare that, look at what I did. Crime rates are down in my state. I'm such a winner. I'm such a great leader. But less than 10% of agencies were included in their.
Okay, so this is what she's talking about. She's talking about like missing crime data. And like, if she can say that something's missing, then she can say that the statistics or whatever she wants to say. And you know what she wants to say? She wants to say, no, the overall trend, definitely not continuing. No, crime is like really super bad and we need to do something. We need to put all the poor people in jail. We need to forcefully, put like unhoused people into what do you call it? Like
2022 FBI crime report. Of course, the left also relies heavily on this inaccurate data for its own purposes.
Crime may be up in your neighborhood, but that's not what's happening nationally.
It's kind of the equivalent to, remember when Senator Inhofe brought the snowball onto the Senate floor to say, hey.
Now, I know Sam speaks slowly, but I feel like that this clip has been messed with. It feels like it's playing back slightly slow, which tends to have an effect of making the speakers sound like, maybe drunk.
Climate change isn't happening. Look at this snowball.
Right. I can look out my window and see that it's cold.
I can't tell, though. I can't tell. Maybe it's just.
And now I know climate change is not happening.
So if you can conceptualize of trends statistical trends as it relates to climate change, you can conceptualize of trends as it relates to crime, and maybe just try to get over some of your preconceived notions about certain kinds of people in order to get there and put that in the recycling bin.
All right, look, I don't know if climate change is a great analogy here, because unlike our rapidly warming planet, which leads to extreme weather events and of course rising sea levels that impact everyone living on said planet, crime spikes in cities impact those living in the cities. Honestly, who cares about the national data, especially if it's concealing the clusters of crime spikes in the country? It's as dishonest as pointing to national polling for the general election rather than focusing on the swing states that ultimately decide the election.
No, it's not. What the fuck? Oh my God, Anna, does your neighborhood decide the election? Also, it's not even about your neighborhood. It's about your fucking perception. It's about you being uncomfortable around homeless people. It's about you taking out like a traumatic thing that happened to you. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And that sucks. On homeless people. Instead of like not even just like, you know, focusing on like homelessness as a you know, societal problem that might contribute to, you know, a lot of different things, but you don't want to see homeless people. Let's be fucking real. That's what this is about. And so because of this, you're now a swing state. You're now Wisconsin, and everyone should cater to you. Everyone should come and campaign and give you their, you know, their speech of like, Anna, I'm gonna lock the homeless people up and you know, like with no cash bail. Anna, I'm gonna put the homeless people under the jail. Anna, I'm gonna shoot them on a rocket into outer space. You'll never have to see them again. Like, right? What the fuck? This is just an entitled Karen.
And of course,
and I don't know how much
it's incredibly insulting to those worried about crime in their communities, in their areas, by painting them as hysterical lunatics who base their views on anecdotes. City-specific trends
You do! Your anecdote, Anna! What are you fucking talking about? That's all you fucking got. And now you're just coping. You're like, did you know that some of the FBI statistics are missing? So theoretically, it's like a black box. It's Schrodinger's statistics. There could be anything in there. It could be like a giant fucking spike that we've never seen before. Highest crime levels ever. Yeah, you can claim anything, can't you? You can find some evidence of absence or like you find some evidence absent, and then you could make any fucking claim you want. There you go.
And
you're just fucking inductively logicking this out in the worst way possible.
Tend to be more accurate than the FBI's incomplete national report. Let's check in on Los Angeles, shall we? Let's take a look at this. Murder rates dropping across the country, that's good. But not in Los Angeles, that's bad. Is it okay to say that, or is that ignorant propaganda that doesn't focus enough on the inaccurate FBI stats that keep getting tossed around as the holy grail of data? Data from the Los Angeles Police Department shows, as of mid-March, the murder rate had climbed to about 30% above the same period in 2023, and the number of people shot.
I love this idea, right? That we can focus in on statistical noise and ignore the signal. That's her fucking whole game.
Comprising both murders and people who survive shootings, also crept above early 2023 numbers. LAPD Chief Dominique Choi told the Board of Police Commissioners this week that since mid-March, the 30% increase had dropped to about 9.3%, with the city recording 81 murders compared with 74 during the same period.
Really?
In 2023. So
do you see what she like we're like talking about the difference between like 7.
Obviously, the number of people getting shot, the number of homicides is a problem, specifically in.
So Anna finds N equals 84. Anna finds a study with N equals 84 and is like, she's shopping. She is fucking shopping for statistics. Okay, I can't take this.
Los Angeles.
Chat. I'm losing it, okay? Let me talk to chat for a second. Wait, you know who I've been ignoring is Shorts chat. And I don't want to shortchange people in Shorts just because you're in Shorts. Doesn't mean you deserve to get shortchanged. Hi, Shorts. Jordan B. Peterson, of all people. It is snowing in Ontario this April. This proves my point. Exactly. Some folks are well overpaid, others not as much. Wealthy often becomes... It's wealthy from stealing. Peterson says, no one can picture the trauma I have experienced. I was in a 12-month-long coma and almost died. My gums have never recovered. It's the apple cider, right? Was that the apple cider that did it? Millions have nothing, so if you can have millions. Yeah. Precious gums. The purity of essence for gums. Peterson says, I need to have daily zonulin injections just to live a normal life. I've been through hell. And is about to cry over the cops. Yeah. Over their funding. He's trying to Silver says he's trying to out Timcast Timcast. It's just sad. He's using the same tactics, but Tim's goblin army is loyal to the almighty Beanie. I mean, he's been on Timcast enough, right? He probably does have, like, that's probably a good portion of his, to be fair, I've seen him disagree with Tim. He didn't agree with Tim on his ridiculous take about marriage, right? Okay, it's not the having money, it's the bad mindset your money can create. Yes, the way that privilege, keeps you from puts you in a perspective where you can't see what other people are dealing with. It's a weird departure from Anna. Troy, look, if you haven't been paying attention for a little while, it's totally understandable. TYT has taken a decided turn for the right. It started probably a year ago now, and maybe a little bit more than a year ago. But it seems to be a technique. It seems to be a tactic, right? They're essentially they've given up on the home of the progressives, and now they want to be the home of the IDW, right? They basically Dave Rubin, and we're looking for at some time at what point we're going to see like a reunion. At what point are they going to bring Dave Rubin back on and say, "I'm so sorry, Dave Rubin, you were right the whole time. The left is fucking crazy, and you saw it before we did." They're basically, yeah, like they're trying to they're trying to jump onto that same gravy train that Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore and the rest. Yeah, Jimmy Dore too. Why not like give him a chance, right? I don't know. Actually, Jimmy Dore's probably said so much about like specifically gross shit about Anna that I don't think they'll ever make amends with Jimmy Dore. But Dave Rubin is completely, that's completely possible. She's arguing that we all deserve gated, vetted communities. I can hear that out, but wait, I don't know. We all deserve gated, vetted communities. I feel like there's a lot that we can fix so that like, right, the whole point of the police reform that people were asking for was to take money out of our militarized police budgets, which are only serving to harm and murder marginalized communities, and put it into an actual social safety net, put it into things like housing first, right? We watched that video on Finland solving their homelessness crisis, solving it, dealing with it. And it's not that hard. And it's actually cheaper to put people in houses rather than to maintain this whole thing where you're trying to vet the people. You're trying to maintain like a certain like rules for people to be able to stay in emergency housing, right? It's not. And the irony, right, is that housing first was invented in the United States. It just hasn't been implemented in the U.S. the way that it has been on a countrywide level, like in Finland. People who focus on crime to the exclusion of, say, homelessness, lack of walkable and bikeable streets, lack of public transit, crime isn't anybody's biggest problem. Yeah, and it's not the root problem, most importantly, right? If you want to solve these things, you got to get to the root. What's causing the crime? She's on a resentment bender and has lost credibility and trust to represent the issue fairly. Yeah, lack of data only proves lack of data. Exactly, Doc Tukson. Exactly. The effect of austerity has have gone to such a head. Everyone is more stressed and more uptight about the future, and that sucks. Yeah, somebody check if ice cream sales have spiked. That will give you the prognostication on violent crime, right? It's a famous example that like crime goes up during the summer generally, as does ice cream sales. So if you just go by mere correlation, then you could say, oh yeah, it's the ice cream causing the crime. People are getting ice cream headaches and they're going out and robbing their block. That's what's happening. Bad Lefty says the only people who should have crime fears as their biggest concern is those who feel like they need to commit crimes to eat. And yeah. It must be nice to live in a beautiful suburban home like many liberals who don't have to. Hey, ask Anna Kasparian. Ask Anna Kasparian about that. Actually, ask the anti-justice warrior about that. Because if you ask me about what kind of neighborhood I live in, right? It's not a neighborhood on the low end of the crime scale for my city. I deal with this every day because I have to. But I'm never tempted to try to blame some marginalized group or to say that, you know, we need to give the police more weapons. I'd feel safer if the police had fucking grenade launchers out here and they get the whiff of anybody like jaywalking, like especially somebody, you know, from, especially like a non-white person jaywalking and they just fucking blow them the fuck away. I don't think that solves anything, right? We've tried this shit for years and years and years. It's called broken windows policing. When the police are empowered to come down hard on the smallest crimes possible, right? With the theory that, well, if we stop the quote unquote bad people, which, you know, there's all kinds of racist assumptions built into that notion of bad people, bad neighborhoods, bad whatever. You know, if we stop the bad people from doing their window breaking, then we're not going to have like bigger crimes. They're like, oh shit, you know, if you even break a window in this town, you know, these kind of deterrents do not work. What does work is a better society. What does work is social programs. What does work is a sense of ownership, is a sense of buying into the community, into the society, rather than a further disenfranchising, further alienation. And what really works is moving towards a mode of production which does not hollow itself out from the inside, which does not contain within it the seeds of its own destruction, which does not aggregate year after year more resources to the people who already have too many resources, to the people who already have more wealth than they could possibly deal with, and give them all more leverage over us so they can just make us obsolete with fucking AI. That's what works. Every time I see Tim, all I can think about is how freaking horrid I know that beanie smells, or just picturing him with like a drawer full of the same beanies to wear every day like a 90s cartoon. Yeah, so talking about Anna Kasparian, her aggressive use of zero data to base enacting some really draconian and not new measures that have to date demonstrated weak long-term efficacy. Try to see if that was attached to another comment. Peachy says, I'm trying to remember how much nuance she injects because crime is real. But knowing that homelessness is an epidemic due to social justice requires defense of the homeless, not just more fuel for the rage. Yeah. I don't get who I don't get who Anna and Jink are trying to appeal to. I do. The liberals who are actually pro-Palestinian or at least anti-genocide. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, actually, I see what you're saying there. So the mix of the message of what, like, demonization of the homeless, you know, with a pro-Palestinian message, or at least anti-genocide. I see what you're saying there. Yeah, there is maybe a little conflict. Communism is when a bad lefty. Must be nice to live in a home at all, or even have a roof over your head. Yeah, like, look, if it's when that shit gets threatened, yeah, it's like it's a reality check that lucky enough to live in an apartment without a roommate. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to have roommates. And luckily, I feel like I'm pretty like none of my roommates are like bad.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It does make things more difficult about as far as coordinating to pay bills and stuff like that, and you know, it definitely makes things more complicated. But yeah, it's the only way to in the area that I live, which, like, you know, despite not being like one of the more like sought after areas of the city, is still pretty expensive, since everything in the city is pretty expensive. Did we have a mini F? Anybody else get that? Yeah, I mean, look, TYT has really gone downhill in the last year, unfortunately. And I've been covering it. Yeah, I used to be a fan of theirs, right? Like, they were one of the first, you know, sort of like more so the Majority Report. But yeah, TYT was a you know, news resource that I watched a lot back in the day. And look, you know, they've always had their problems, but yeah, it's just gotten way worse. They're on the grift train, especially Anna. Lucky my family is strongly bound as it is. My family has made it due to being together and strong, never pursuing anything in our own greed. Happy with that. A quick Tim Pool pick. Wait, are you talking about the Tim Pool pick at Mar-a-Lago? He wears the beanie everywhere. Let's look at that really quick. You like my plush? He should have been in Smash. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Justice for Waluigi, right? Oh my god. Okay, so let me see what Natalie sent me here. before we have to wrap things up a little early today. I do like to go extra long, but I kind of have to gauge that according to the energy that I have, and I'm kind of, so here it is. It's Tim Pool. Wait, no, you can't see it. I'm so out of it, chat. I'm so out of it right now that I was like, yeah, there you go. There's the picture of Tim Pool, and you're still looking at Anna Kasparian. Here we go. It's Tim Pool. No, it's not. God damn it. What the fuck is going on here? Oh shit. That just like, oh my God. Hanging at Mar-a-Lago with Tim Pool. Let me look, and there we have it. There we have it. It's Tim Pool. It's Tim Pool. I was about to say Roger Waters. It's Roger Stone by the waters of Donald Trump's pool. Really more speaking to the actuality of the situation. Soul Life, thank you for the gift sub to Autumn Leaves. Autumn Leaves, you just got re-weaseled. I hope you didn't have to go without weasels for too long. Thank you, Soul Life, for that timely gift. NFTs are a bad investment. Wait, what was I joking about selling NFTs earlier? What was I gonna sell? I can't remember. Chat, I'm so out of it. Oh my God. I didn't eat enough today. I just like, I don't know. My housing rights public service announcement. Every adult needs a private domicile with their own lock and full tenants' rights. No half-ass control measures. Wallaby, yeah, Wallaby. Wait, am I right about that? Am I wrong about that? I haven't played Smash. The last time I played Smash, chat, it was actually like I went over to look at a room, right? I was looking to move, right? And so I met somebody who had an extra room in a house that apparently like his, like, I don't know, I think his parents had built or something like that. And he was actually kind of weird, right? The house was really cool. And the coolest thing about the house was that there was a garden out back. And I'm not just talking about a garden with like flowers and shit like that. I am talking about a full-on food garden. Like, you know, there was blackberries, there was blueberries, there was apples, there was pears, there was Asian pears. There was so much food in that garden. And I was like low-key, like kind of like, I don't know. But yeah, this person ended up just being kind of weird and stuff. And so I didn't end up moving in there. But then at the last minute when I was about to leave, right, when I was like, yeah, all right, well, nice house, thanks for showing it to me, I realized my phone is dead and I can't get back back home like without the navigator. So I'm like, I actually, like I was about to get in my car and I might have even left out the door, but like I knocked on it and I was like, hey, my battery's dead, can I charge up? And so while I was charging up, I ended up playing Smash with this dude, and I just got my ass kicked. Like, right, I don't know how to. I'm bad at Smash. I've never really played it. I think there was one time that I played it with my friend, and I swear to God, she like let me win. I don't think I really. Yeah, Tim Pool and Roger Stone. I don't know. I was just saying Roger Waters. Roger Waters is the Pink Floyd guy, right? Roger freaking Stone is embarrassed to be at Tim Pool's outfit. Do you realize how ridiculous you have to be to embarrass Roger Stone in his comic villain outfit? The thing is, like, I just don't understand. Like, right, if he really doesn't like his hairline, like he could shave his head. I don't think it should be that big of a deal. The beanie is like the root of his problem, I think. What if his brain is just existing at a temperature 2 degrees above what it's supposed to be at, like 24/7, and that's what causes Tim Pool to think the Tim Pool thoughts that Tim Pool thinks, right? What does he do when he wants to go in the pool? Does he wear the beanie in the pool? Ah, I want a Skull Kid in Smash. They do have the Inklings in Smash. I was pretty. Wait, do they? Wait, they do, right? Yeah, Inkling. Wait, am I wrong? Am I thinking of Mario Kart? He spelled Tim's name wrong? Oh, you're right, Natalie. It's Tim Poole. It's Tim Poole. The beanie and the suit. It's Pool and Stone, two shit weasels, really. Yeah, being weird is awesome. School to prison, pipeline, generations of black and brown people incarcerated. Waluigi is not a playable character. That's what I thought. He shows up as a... Oh, wait, who does he support? I think I've seen him in as a... I think I know what you're talking about, Brayden. But yeah, I haven't had... I never had a Switch. I did have a Wii at some point, but I didn't play very much on it. I played Zumba on Wii. Even wears a greasy cap with a suit. Oh wait, did Ben Glebe do something recently? There is something with Ben Glebe, right? Did Ben Glebe have a... Was he like celebrating the taking down of one of the protests? Does TYT still talk to progressive candidates? Some, but they also shit on others. And you saw them shit on the Majority Report there, right? I mean, very, very timidly, right? She's not like, you know, she's not saying their names. She's not like talking about them, but she uses them as literally the example of, you know, what she thinks is wrong, or a bad interpretation of like crime statistics, which, you know, if you look at the overall crime statistics, they're trending downwards, very like historically low compared to like, you know, times like the 70s, 80s, or 90s, like much lower than that. We had a bump in it. We had a spike after, you know, during the lockdown and everything, but things have come back down. But yeah, she just wants to find anything she can to be like, look, but it's up here, LA. We could, I don't know. Inklings are in a Smash, yeah. I wish they had more Sonic characters. I just need to, like, maybe, okay, chat, what I'm waiting for is for them to come up with a Switch 2, which they have, like, Switch is such an old console, and they have not brought out a new one. But if they come out with a Switch 2, then I can probably afford to buy an old Switch. Maybe I can buy it from Dylan Burns, I don't know. Wait, he was there? Waluigi? You can pick up a summon item and you can summon Waluigi. Oh, okay, it's a summon item. Yeah, that's what that must be what I remember. Tim needs to come out as bald. I mean, bald is beautiful. Switch is a good console. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see why it's had such a long shelf life. Roger is more subdued here, but he has a monocle. Seriously, like that's perfect for him. Maybe some folks ask questions because they're okay. Sorry, he looks like a human teardrop. Tim Pool does. Roger Stone is a swinger. I heard about that. Yeah, like this is like a Henry Kissinger thing, right? Riz will literally not stick to Tim Pool's body. I've heard that too. The best way to get a console for cheap is to wait for report card season? Oh, you're saying that people get like new consoles and therefore old consoles get sold. You're currently writing Loch Ness into battle? That's pretty cool, Stephen Dunch. I really like the Loch Ness monster. I feel like I would make friends with it. Like, some people tell me that it would just eat me and that I'm a fool to think that I could be friends. I think I could chill with the Loch Ness monster. I feel like I could chill with Nessie. Oh, it's the other way around. Timothy Jones talking about bad grades resulting in sold consoles by angry parents, and their loss is my gain, potentially. Kids that fail classes, I know that feeling. Hot dog eating mouth on... Oh, that's right, the Tim Pool thing. Should we look at that really quick? Should we look at the Tim Pool hot dog eating contest? Not a lot of people know that Tim Pool won a hot dog eating contest, but he didn't win it with the mouth you think he won it with.
I can't possibly have babies because of climate change. You know?
Right, which is nonsense.
No.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
Competitive eater. Tim Pool. This is why you need to vote? Wait, what? I wasn't expecting that. Are there any new from Amon Animations? Are there any that we've missed? Did we watch this? Oh shit, this one was like depressing though. Wait. Oh, that was just the 4K update? He streams? I don't see. Is there like another channel? Oh, Twitch. Yeah, I see. What does he stream on Twitch? Does he just show like how he Yo, this is like my favorite one though.
I'll admit it. I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just gonna be honest.
Do you see how much production quality has improved?
My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to.
And look, it was charming even back then, but...
For a few years since I got food and stuff, but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'm just trying to like get on like a lower calorie diet so that like when the shit hits the fan, like I'm not like, you know, riddled with hunger pangs, right? Reminds me, my Twitch was stolen at a convention. I am now pro cop. That's all it takes. Those emotes, those are his emotes that you use. Damn. Eamon Hawk. There it is. Well, we'll have to raid into Eamon Hawk sometime. Wait, are you? You're not telling me he's streaming right now? Is he live right now?
I'll eat my neighbors. See, my superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will. I'm combat model, optimum self-sufficiency, probably the leader. The point is have you thought of...
I feel like you'd eat me and then you'd like fall asleep for like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, chat? Like his blood sugar's gonna go up and he's gonna take a nap for like 2 hours, and during those 2 hours he's gonna get fucking robbed and eaten by his neighbors.
About that yet, because I'm somebody that thought I could fix this, and I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up my neighbor, how I'm going to haul him up by a chain and chop his ass up? I'll do it. My children aren't going hungry. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. And that's how Poland survived 1,000 years of invasion. You either start protecting yourself or you die. You either fight or die. And that's why, folks, there's a lot of changes around here, because I'm in war mode. And nobody in a fight is going to grab me like a woman by the hair and slam my head in the ground like I'm a bitch. They're going to...
What the hell?
Come on over here.
Step back!
You know something? I'm not afraid of you people.
Wait, that's upsetting, the fact that Alex Jones will... Just don't live next to Alex Jones. That's my advice. Move out of Austin. Fuck you. It's too expensive anyway. God damn! Oh yeah, no, he's... Alex Jones is all about the dog whistles. That's why he hates... That's why he got mad at Kanye. Kanye came on his show and he blew up the spot by saying the shit that Alex Jones is dog whistling at out loud, right?
I will eat your ass. You either fight or die.
Fuck! Get off of me!
That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first.
Buy Brainforce Plus today. Scientifically proven to raise your T levels.
You see, it raises the T levels. You got like the regular Alex Jones, and then you got the slightly more pink Alex Jones. That shows higher T levels after 45 days.
Your IQ score. Created by an elite team of Christian Scientists, every capsule contains a small dose of the T virus. Brainforce Plus, it will turn you into a tyrant.
Yeah.
Let us rethink old assumptions and open our hearts and minds to possible and possibilities. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Israel.
Oh, that reminds me, chat. That reminds me. I am going to be playing, and I know I've like said this yesterday, and people have been waiting for this. I actually have gamer frogs. One in chat if you're a gaming frog. We actually have gaming frogs now, so I gotta keep the gaming frogs fed. I haven't played Fallout New Vegas in a few nights, so that means I gotta play it tonight. I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna eat my neighbor. No, I'm gonna eat some rice and beans probably, and then I'm gonna play some Fallout. We're gonna play some New Vegas.
God bless.
So be here for that tonight. I'll be playing also on my gaming channel that is at nocommentchick. Go check it out. Go follow it if somebody wants to link it in chat. That would be very nice of you.
Palestinians, and God bless the United States. Thank you very much.
Wait, are you shooting Trump? Oh, you're robbing him. I see.
Hello. This is a very, very dangerous mission. You are the very best there is anywhere in the world, no matter where you go. There is nobody even close. Last night was a great night for the United States and for the world. Don't be rude. Instead of asking a nasty, snarky question like that, you should ask a real question. That's enough. You are a rude, terrible person. When you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. That's enough.
Get him the hell out of here.
Okay, we're gonna try something new tonight. If you're on Twitch, get in the robot, because I'm sending you into another streamer's chat. What the fuck is even this? Like, how does he have so many videos that I don't even see?
Has total respect for Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain.
Hello everyone, welcome to my temple.
Wait.
Before we begin things,
Wait, was it reverse pickpocketing? Did he put something in? Did he put the grenade in Donald Trump's inventory?
I'd like to personally greet each of you. Michael Blue.
Novak is, and the Fly Me to the Moon quest is gonna be good. That's what I'm doing tonight. I'm doing the Fly Me to the Moon. I'm doing the literally like the Evangelion quest.
My good friend.
He planted a live grenade. Wait, did I? Oh my god, I turned away from that in the wrong moment, didn't I? Chat, I'm so out of it.
Prince.
All right, we're gonna watch this, and then I'm gonna get off of here. Everybody on Twitch, raid into Peathan Online. See what's up with Peathan. Although, does that put me against Nick Green now? I heard they're not friends anymore. I don't know, chat. I'm not friends with either of them. I don't know either of them, so we just like found somebody online.
You rascal.
Decided to raid them.
Professor Pinker. Bill. Donald, of course. And of course, my dear friend Albert Wesker.
Pleasure to be here, Jeffrey.
I'm so happy that you all could make it here. However, I have some dire news. It has come to my attention that one of you, and I'm not sure who, is planning on betraying me. Now I know that several of you are planning on running for president, and I'm aware it's no longer cool to be friends with an international human trafficking sex offender, but I do sincerely hope that you all appreciate our friendship more than your ambition.
Jeffrey, if I may, you know that we love you. I mean, you've done so much for each of us. Without
You can do this in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, I think. Not sure about Fallout. Is that how you beat some of the missions?
your funding, there
Oh my god, chat. Yeah, I gotta...
be an umbrella corporation. Sure, we've had our fights in the past, and yes, we might not agree on all of the issues, but we're all powerful people with a shared interest in protecting our positions within society. We would never betray you, Jeffrey.
I just want to piggyback on that point to say, Jeff, I can guarantee you that if someone is going to betray you,
These actually really do kind of look like Fallout characters.
it isn't going to be one of us. We're your best friends, Jeffrey. We love you.
Like, this isn't like SourceForge. Is this SourceForge?
You know what? You're right. I love you guys. Now enough serious talk. We came here to party.
Hey, check this out.
No! Speaking of Ava... There's a meaning of two people meeting. You know that they're doing it right. Someday you'll find out that it takes two to something, 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 something. Become a legend. Look, I gotta say, much lower production value, but this kind of cooks. Yeah, seriously, what was he making this on? Oh, I knew it was Wesker.
I found Epstein.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
I mean, this is
Communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. This is from 2021, right? So, or maybe 2020. Yo, I thought it was going to be, I don't know if this would be out of, like I thought it was going to be a Dachi, wait, what, a Catchy? Yeah, I thought it was going to be a Catchy. I thought they were going to go the Persona 5 route.
We would never betray you, Jeffrey.
Yo, it's G-Man! There we go. That's dark. That's dark. All right, chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support from everyone. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for liking the stream, for spreading the message to more and more people. I am so sorry that I'm so low energy today. I literally have to eat because I am not making sense even to myself. And I can only imagine... wait, did the raid go through? Did the raid not go through? I thought I sent you to Ethan. I thought I sent you to Peethan to get peed on. No! No, chat. No. I'll be back on tonight for some video games, for some Fallout New Vegas. But yeah, I gotta pee really bad and I gotta eat. I just am not able to stream any longer. But thank you for everybody that supports me in whatever way that you do. Thank you for spreading the weasels. Thank you for paying the weasels forward. You know, and everything. No, Ethan, you're not a fan of Ethan. What does Ethan do? I want to know the dirt, right? I know that Ethan and Nick are not friends anymore, but I don't know anything beyond that. I know there was some kind of shit with Super Mega where they got super fucked up by the entire. You're MAGA now. Wait, what? Explain. Just you gotta throw me a bone, Soul Life. Timothy can't wait. All right, so Peethan is not. Oh, you thought I was talking about Ethan Klein. I see. Yeah, no, we're talking about Peethan. We're talking about Peethan is online. Ethan is online, not Ethan H3. Yeah, exactly, Kyle Carter. Anyway, chat, I'm not making any sense anymore, so I gotta get off of here. Whether the raid went through or not, I'm not even sure it did go through. I'm not even sure we raided anybody. I tried to raid somebody, but may have Omega failed on that one. I don't think I actually raided. It doesn't look like I raided. It doesn't look like I raided anyone. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, I still have 13 viewers in chat. Anyway, no raid tonight. I'm sorry. We'll try to stream. I'll stream again. Anyway, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna turn this all off. Good night, everyone. Thanks for understanding my human limitations and needing to pee. All right.